Greetings. Welcome. Um, Welcome to today's symposium, Demystifying Haitian Spirituality and Religion. My name is Omar Dauhajre, and I'm the Assistant Director at the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies at NYU. For those who might not know, our center is a Title VI National Resource Center designated and funded by the Department of Education to promote an understanding of our region through public programming like today's, and teacher training and the teaching of less commonly taught languages, which in our case is Quechua and Kreyol. Such funding and the generous support of NYU's Global Spiritual Life and Religious Studies program give us the opportunity to have these important dialogues for the community. As you should know, cuts to education funding are proposed in the new administration's agenda. Thus, it is of utmost importance that if you agree that such programming is of importance to you as stakeholders in the community, that you tell your representatives to advocate for Title VI funding for centers like ours and all schools and educational centers. Today's event is being organized by Wynnie Lamour, who's our Kreyol instructor, and Katherine Smith, fellow and assistant professor at CLACS. They both work as scholars and professors in topics related to Haiti and have been key to our Kreyol at NYU program and CLACS in general. Today, we want to publicly acknowledge and recognize Catherine's work, contribution to CLACS, and honor her legacy as she will be relocating to Los Angeles and teaching at another institution there. Thus, we want to bid her farewell and give her a round of applause before we get started. I think there. She's been a great advocate for all things related to Haiti and also a great mentor to our students. So her work will be greatly missed, but we're really happy for what she'll be doing moving forward. Last but not least, I want to acknowledge our graduate student workers who take care of all the details to make this happen, and the King Juan Carlos I of Spain Center for contributing with their space for this great talk. Now I'm going to leave you with Katherine and Wynnie, who will introduce our distinguished guests for the day. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
All right. Oner? Oner? Thank you. As Omar mentioned, my name is Wynnie Lamour, and I am the founder and managing director of the Haitian Creole Language Institute of New York. And I also teach Haitian Creole here at the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies as part of the Indigenous and Diasporic Language Consortium. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to give you my little spiel about why this is so important, but I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. Um, but I will tell you about my obsession with social media. So I think that it's super important to share with everyone everywhere the work that we do. So here at NYU, we have a special hashtag, hashtag Kreyol at NYU. So you can follow everything we've done for the past 4 semesters around Haitian Creole and Haitian culture. Tied to that, every academic year I have a hashtag theme that serves as the driving force for what I do that year, both with my classes and with myself as a young, black, Haitian, American woman who's learning how to sort of navigate in different spaces. My first year here, our hashtag was hashtag rehumanizing Haiti. So the drive behind that was reminding people that Haitians are magical people, but we're actually human like everyone else. We do things like other human beings. We suffer like everyone else. We're no more or less resilient than the average human being. So that was our first academic year. This year, our hashtag is hashtag recentering blackness. And for me, that was very purposeful because I identify very much as a black woman. So everything I do with that in mind. So using that hashtag was a way for me to announce that to the world, but also to push people to question the ways in which they navigate around Black people. Everybody, that includes other Black people. So for me, recentering Blackness is having events like this, demystifying Haitian spirituality, and really creating space for people to have difficult conversations where you kind of come away from it feeling like, I don't know what's happening. But we really want to encourage a lot of critical thinking and sort of demolish and break down the stereotypes that are plaguing Haiti and all things surrounding Haitian culture and Haitian people. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Katherine, who is going to introduce our wonderful panelists today, whom I'm so super excited to hear from. And I urge you to, if you are tweeting or Instagramming or Facebooking, our hashtag today is hashtag Haitian spirituality. Again, the conversation is only as wide as you make it, so we want to encourage you to share that as much as you can online. So hashtag Haitian spirituality. Katherine?
All I really have to say is thank you, and thank you so much. I had been dreaming of doing something like this for a long time, but couldn't quite get it together until Wynnie said, hey, let's do something. And then things began to coalesce quite naturally. Can I actually borrow a brochure? Thank you. I want to get my introductions correct. Also, before I begin, I want to give a special thanks to Omar, to Isabel, to Belle, the staff that really made it possible here. We were figuring out logistics up until the very last minute, and Omar was texting me over the weekend to adjust reservations and logistics, and so I'm really grateful for that kind of effort and attention and accommodation. So thank you, and thank you also to Wynnie. For some reason, Haiti seems to always be trapped in this hole of its sympathizers want to sort of fetishize Haiti and say it's somehow extra specially magic, and yet its detractors tend to sort of demonize it, and religion is really at the center of so many of the misconceptions about Haiti. So I'm really happy that at this event today we have practitioners, initiates, converts to speak in the first person about religion in Haiti, and that's a rare thing to happen in the academy. So I'm grateful for everyone who pitched in the sort of combi to make that happen. So thank you. Our first guest today, our first speakers, Manbo Désir, who is the founder and president of the Afro-Atlantic Theologies and Treaties Institute, or ATI, and the DDPA Watch Group. She is also the chairperson of the NGO Committee for the Elimination of Racism and Afrophobia and Colorism, located at the United Nations. She serves on the advisory board of the Drame Institute, an essayist, photographer, and educator. She has focused on the contemporary arts and culture of the African diaspora and the religions and sacred arts of the Afro-Atlantic region. And then Jean-Daniel, I'll go ahead and introduce Jean-Daniel, and then we can move seamlessly. Jean-Daniel Lafontant is Executive Director of the Haitian Cultural Foundation, which specializes in the promotion of Haitian art and culture. Before starting this passion project in 2012, he spent 2 years as Chief of the Office of Communications for the Haitian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lafontant is a renowned Vodou spiritual leader and has spoken about the tradition to numerous outlets, including thinkprogress.org and CNN's series Believer with Riza Aslan. So, thank you. Manbo?
loko kabayesi. Koya lamfo wa loko alada. Qui va 21 graines pour chercher la vie moujon. Qui commandait tout ça qui gagne un pouvoir. Non, non, puis les bas. Rassembler tout serviteur, tout côté. Fais qu'on ait une mission, non. Demandez protection pour nous, petit tout. Ou gagne force à pouvoir pour vivre tout côté sous toute forme. Mettez-nous sous zélo, non, non, ancêtres, pour le faire travail guinéen. Aïe, bobo.
Aïe, bobo.
I want to thank everyone who has invited me here today, who made this possible. Katherine, Wynnie, and Omar. I don't know what you look like, but thank you. Elizabeth and whoever else, and all the members, the team of the center. I want to thank my friends for being here. You know who you are. You know I love you, so thank you for coming. My name is Manbo Dòwòti Désir. I'm glad we're having this conversation today, because I found myself getting really riled up and angry about this. And it's everything from I found myself calling the panel Haitian, Demystifying Haitian Vodou. Then I realized it was Demystifying Haitian spirituality and religion. And so I thought, well, do you have a problem using the word voodoo? And then I looked and I saw who was speaking, and then raised other questions about, for instance, is Freemasonry a religion or a form of spirituality? And how does it fit in with this dialogue? But what really got me upset was thinking about the issue of Afrophobia. And on to that end, that we are having this conversation here is a critical part of demystifying what our traditions are about in Haiti. Afrophobia is this irrational fear of the culture and peoples of the African diaspora. It has created violence against us, and I think nowhere in the world more than Haiti have we known from the point of view of religious persecution what that means. And because of that, I actually founded the Afro-Atlantic Theologies and Treaties Institute, ATI, and it's a new institution. I'll put my glasses on so I can see where I'm scrolling so I can open things up. I'm based in Wappingers Falls, which is upstate New York. And I created the ATI for a number of reasons. And part of it is to be a place where we bring together the leadership of the Afro-Atlantic world, be they Vodouists, be they Shango Baptists, be they practitioners of the Kemetic traditions, be they Santeria, Ifa, Winti, Shango, Obia, all of us who have survived the trauma of the transatlantic slave trade in captive Africans and used spirituality as a tool for sustaining our cultures and creating community, and in so doing maintaining our dignity and our humanity. The ATI brings together again the leadership, the priests, the artists who are speaking from again the point of view of the Afro-Atlantic world. My intention is to create a safe space for dialogue, for establishing protocols amongst us, to actually literally create treaties amongst us using this idea of nation, or nations that they're spiritual nations, but they actually correspond to geographic nations that we come from, and to rassembler, all of us, so that we know each other, that we begin the process of demystifying our traditions, one from the other. We'll never forget, I was initiated before in Vodou in Lukumi, and I always got the feeling that, she's Haitian in Vodou, oh my God. So I felt like, what happens? Does a chicken bleed in my hand more than it does in your hand? I didn't understand that. I didn't understand how, oh my God, those Haitians. Yeah, but what about you Santeras? And what about you Ifa practitioners? And what about you Paleros? What is the difference? So there is this sense of mystique and misunderstanding and internalized Afrophobia that exists amongst us. So for me, the first step in breaking down these kinds of barriers and the vilification that exists amongst us is to know who we are. This. When we say honneur, 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 aïe bobo, that is about recognizing who we are and stepping forward as a community together. But also, part of the point of Ati is once we have done that amongst ourselves, to come out full force in ways that I don't think have been done before, in ways that allow us, I take advantage of my position of being at the United Nations, for instance, to speak as a Manbo Aso way, and people are like, what's that? And I have to explain what that title is. Voodoo? Yes, it's a religion, just like Christianity and the Baha'i and Zoroastrian and everything else. I make it a point of doing that, because that is how I demystify voodoo. And my path has always been, from the beginning, I remember not even weeks outside of the Javon, one of the first things I had to do was to speak about voodoo. What is voodoo? At Drew University. And it was, a woman I love and we all miss, the late Dr. Karen McCarthy Brown, who had invited me to speak with my spiritual mother and father and the Société Minoka to be there. So I realized my first step into the world as a new initiate was to interact with institutions. That was later followed by me, fresh out of the Javon, again, coordinating the benediction ceremonies at the Sacred Art of Haitian Voodoo, the exhibition that took place at the Museum of Natural History many years ago. Very quickly after that, the federal government, the General Services Administration, asked me to pour libations at the African burial ground. It was the first time that I knew of a voodoo priest was asked to pour libations by the US government at anything. So my path has been about demystifying things in ways that perhaps other people have not had that opportunity. And so I am, it's part of my mission. It's just part of who I am, what I do. And of course, like Jean and other people here, I speak at universities, at seminaries, I invite people to my home. The mere fact that I have a very public profile that I do, I write, I yell at people, I publish, I embrace them, I shake them up if I have to, are all the ways that I work towards demystifying voodoo. One of the things that we'll be doing, in fact, through the ATI is we just received word that a panel that we've proposed at the UN Oceans Conference, a side event called Black Guardians of the Sea, Eco-Theologies of Our Waters, we're going to be gathering members of the Vodou, Ifa, Candomblé communities, as well as members of the scientific community and the diplomatic community to talk about our spiritual traditions and the role that we have played as environmental activists, as the guardians of earth, air, fire, water. We salute these four elements all the time, but what does it mean? What is the practical application of these things? It isn't that you see me doing this and this and this, and this. It's not just that. These gestures, these acknowledgments that I make spiritually and through my movements in space have to manifest themselves practically in the real world. And it isn't just my sitting and giving, doing readings or doing spiritual baths or engaging in ritual with people. It is about taking what I believe. It is about being a bomambo, a fierce priestess, and applying that to the world, in the world, at the UN, at the Organization of American States, at wherever the federal government, I do these things. I have even become the first Vodou priest, or Manbo, to be licensed by the state of New York to marry people. I can marry anybody here, so, you know. And I take another priest to the county clerk's office to do the same. And I watch them standing there, not sure if they should write Ougan or Manbo, and I make sure I write that in. And when we had to face the clerk and they asked us, well, what religious denomination do you represent? And they're kind of looking, standing there nervously. And I go defiantly and say Vodou. And I watch them sort of cringe and, oh, okay, and start writing things out. So these are multiple ways, and ways that are perhaps unknown, you know, but that are important because it is about establishing institutional relationships. And I think everyone who's going to be sitting here, speaking here today, in fact represents an institution. Whether they're the founder of one or they run one, but we are builders of institutions. And so part of the process of demystifying the tradition and our relationship with each other is about understanding the role that we play, the roles that we play, multiple roles that we play in that capacity. And to that end, the institution alliances need to be created. The same way, I'm hoping this won't be the last time that ATI will be here at NYU. There are organizations within our own community. I will not name them, but I will say at least one of them has the word roundtable in it. And what does a roundtable mean? What does a roundtable mean? Especially a Haitian roundtable. What does that mean? It is a space that is first of all circular, which means that there's room for everyone to participate. Roundtables are, by their nature, somewhat informal, so everyone has the opportunity to have their voices heard. And that organization has been around, and there are other organizations like it. I'm not trying to single it out. They've been around for some years, but not once have I heard of, not once, do I know that they have honored someone like the late Ati Beauvoir, someone like Mama Lola, someone like Neg Mawan, community activist, someone like Errol José, let alone me. Because their institutions contribute to the vilification and the continued mystification of the religions. By not acknowledging who we are and what role that we play, they contribute to sustaining, actually they enshrine, because we're institutions, they enshrine Afrophobia, they enshrine our inability to move forward, they enshrine racism. And so these are things that have to be countered and talked about. And so I'm grateful that we have this space to hopefully begin, a no hands barred discussion about what is it that we're doing as Vodouists, what is it that we're doing as those who are initiated in the tradition and those who are not, but still practice Vodou, because Vodou at the end of the day is about that fundamental concept of honor and respect. Honor and respect yourself, honor and respect your fellow man or woman, honor and respecting your community, honor and respecting what is divine. And for me, what is divine is the thread that continues, that connects all our lives and the world, the ecology that we are in. I look forward to where this is going to take all of us, because for me, it's just scratching the surface. Again, I also look for other ways, before I forget, to practice Vodou in ways that continue to demystify things, not only by setting up an institution such as the ATI and doing interfaith work there, but I have, there's another website I just want to show you very quickly. Time's up. Ma'afa Memories, in which I'm documenting the places that I have traveled to. The sites, the memorials, the monuments of the transatlantic slave trade, such as the memorial for to the abolition of slavery in Nantes. Let me go to another page. This gives you a better sense. This is just downtown in Lower Manhattan. But these are places in Belgium, in Portugal, at the United States, in the Dominican Republic, in Benin, Nigeria, France, Liverpool, the Netherlands, upstate New York, that all speak to the footsteps that our ancestors followed, that looks at the trajectory of the transatlantic slave trade in its various manifestations in the world, that looks at the issue of memory, because Vodou is very much about memory, because that is where our identities are formed and our humanity is defined. And so I take my scholarship. Nobody needs to know I'm a Vodouist. Nobody needs to know that this is also how I practice Vodou. I honor the ancestors. I honor them. I go to where they walked, where they've been honored, where they fall, and I document those spaces, and I write about them, and I publish work about them, so that all of you who might not be able to make that journey that I've had the privilege to make are also able to know where these places are, to see them, to embrace them, to honor and welcome them into your lives. And if you are in the Dominican Republic, for instance, I have to thank my good friend, the ambassador, Erasmo Lara, for enabling me to go to this location, this mural right here, which was the site of the first uprising in the Americas in 1521. And it is a place that is unmarked. It is obscured. But local Dominicans know where this space is, and they were able to bring me there, and I was able to document this mural, which is part of actually the ruins of a sugarcane field. So when you go and travel, go to some of these places that I've traveled to, bring your flowers or bring your water or bring your rum, and pay homage to the ancestors there, because that too is a way of enabling you to demystify Vodou on your own, as well as the economic piece of Vodou, which is about economic security that we provide communities by visiting their monuments and shrines. So again, thank you for this. I look forward to the rest of this conversation, and I just wanted to share a little bit of insight as to how I work towards demystifying our traditions. Aye, Bobo.
Firstly, it's a privilege for me to be here. It's a pleasure, utmost pleasure for me to be here with Manbo Dòwòti, an esteemed Vodouist. And I also thank Katherine and for inviting me, and Wynnie for inviting me as well and making such a honorable, more than that, presentation of myself. Thank you so very much. Merci Cathy. Merci Wynnie. I am indeed a practicing Vodouist, a Rongan, a healer. On my maternal side, I am from Cap Haitien, the greater north, I should say. And my ancestral Lakou and my ancestry is connected to a Lakou called Jisou, which is at the crossroad of a city called Milo and Cap Haitien. On my paternal side, I'm more from Okaye, Léogane, and the southeast of Haiti. I am often called Narivé. Narivé is the name of the temple that I founded um, 17, 18 years ago. And I've been practicing Vodou, and I have been living the life of Vodouism for many years. Uh, for me, Vodou is not a religion. Vodou is a culture. It's a way of life. It's a way of being. It is a creolized, multicultural tradition. It is not only a set of static beliefs and practices. It is heteroclite, dynamic, and one in its diversity. What I mean by that is that I would go to ceremonies where I would not understand the rites, and I would have to sit down sur une chaise bas so I can understand what's going on, so I can learn. What it means is that Vodou is diverse, but we each understand each other because our soul, our memory, our understanding of the culture is the same. It's a memory that we carry in our gene and in our everyday hard work to maintain the tradition. I would prefer to use a format that's different for the usual format by asking questions that are generally asked to me and giving you answers to these questions. And the first question is, what is the most important thing to know about Vodou? It's a question that's very often asked, whether when I speak to the general public at particular events or if I speak to one individual on a party. And my answer to that is that Vodou goes beyond religion. It is a system of tradition, a culture, a state of mind, and a knowledge coded in our most profound memory and often in our genes. Another question that's very often asked is, what defines Vodou as a distinct tradition? One of the most important things about Vodou is syncretism. Syncretism between diverse traditions, including the Amerindians' tradition, and many of them, the European tradition, whether it is Catholicism and Satanism, as you cannot talk about one without talking the other, Freemasonry, and other rites inherited from secret societies and brotherhood like the flibustiers, the pirates, the privateers, etc., etc. All of that is mixed with an array of traditions and practices from the African continent and all over the continent and from the different kingdoms of Africa. But what separates Haitian Vodou from other Afro-Caribbean traditions and other African-based practices and religion of the Americas are the four elements that follow. Element A is the continuous sentiment that Vodou is at the root of individual and collective freedom, and its magic stronger than that of the European oppressor. Element B, the triumph over the world's ferocious system of colonialism and the unique victory of a slave army believing in Vodou against the greatest power of the world at the time, the army of Napoleon Bonaparte, and subsequently the acquisition of the mystical power of the unbeatable colons and the multiple elements of their magical and spiritual supremacy as a tribute of war. What I mean by that is that contrary to many of my fellow brothers and sisters, Unga and Manbo, who wants to extirpate the European element in Vodou, I say that these elements are not only mine, but I pay for them with the price of my blood. And it's mine to keep, and I can do whatever I want with them. So we have to be clear. Element C. Haiti, after the independence in 1804, was completely excluded from the world for 60 to 80 years. I mean, of course, there was a lot of commercial exchange, as greed has always been the motivation of the power to be. But there was, at that time, basically no exchange, no diplomatic exchange, no religious exchange. There was barely any tourism. Haitians at the time were too busy trying to fight for the freedom of many countries in the Americas, and were continuously vilipended. And it's one of the reasons why, for many years, and today still, people still portraying Vodou as something evil in many ways. But that exclusion of the world from the world for these 60 to 80 years, in my opinion, made Vodou much stronger and less influenced by exterior powers, dominations, and infiltration. And the fourth element is the genetic and cultural memory of the ancestors, whether they are Amerindian from different ethnicity, African, from all the kingdom of Africa. And this is important for me to bring that again, because this is what makes Vodou powerful, as African priests today go to Haiti to find their own roots that are sometimes lost in their own country. So that part is also very important. And I'm not rejecting the Spanish heritage, my French heritage, or other European heritage, as I am saying it is mine. So these are, in my opinion, the most important elements that makes the Vodou tradition different from some other, Afro religion of culture from the Caribbean. Yes. Actually, no. I think there is one piece of paper that I don't find, but it's okay. Now, a third question that's very often asked is about the use of things like voodoo dolls, animal sacrifices, and zombification. Uh, how is it? How is it really in voodoo? Because the perception being so negative. So I'm going to talk about these three specific negatives or so-called negatives on Vodou. I know it's very daring of me to tackle this subject, but for the sake of demystification of Vodou, I think it's important that we bring it to the table, to the round table. Vodou dolls are used in Haitian Vodou, but the common use seen on television, on those big Hollywood TV screens, it's absolutely different. We don't break the leg of the doll so we can break your legs. But quite often, these dolls are representation of humans in their material form. So a cast can be spelled using these dolls. We use those. We use them as actually representation of humans. For instance, if you have an issue with your spouse, with your mate, with a friend, we would tie up together two dolls, one that represents your friend and another one that represents you. We would tie them together and put some honey on the both of them so we can easy up your life. So the both of you can find a certain harmony so you can converse. This is most of the time the use that we make of these dolls. Animal sacrifice. Many of us are vegan, or many of us, like me, we try to be. But food is an important part of our life, and animals are part of the food that we eat. It's also some of the food eaten by some of the spirits. As blood is not only a constant reminder of life, it's also vivifiers. And yes, we do sacrifice animals. Not always. There are ceremonies where no animals are sacrificed. But the principle of sacrificing an animal is to feed the spirits, the Loa, earth, and the human that constitute the community of a Vodouist. The fundamental difference, thank you. The fundamental difference, oh, I have the other questions now. Isn't that wonderful? The fundamental difference in the use of animals during our ceremony is that we ask these animals for the permission to take their life for a greater good, which is the good of the community, the feeding of the spirit. It's done in a lovely manner. I remember during one ceremony for Ezuli, we were sacrificing a pig. And the pig refused to be sacrificed. He broke the cord and was running and screaming. And a Manbo present told me that there is something we didn't do. And I said, yes, there is something we didn't do. And entering with the pig inside the peristyle, we forgot to ask Legba to accept that offering that we would be making later to the other spirits. And we had to cleanse the pig before entering the temple. We had not done that. So the Manbo went and she spoke to the pig. And she went back out with the pig, spoke to Legba, and when the pig came back in, the pig was happily sacrificed. And we were very happy to be fed by that pig. The slaughtering houses in which food is made today are, in my opinion, by far much more ferocious and inhuman than the sacrificing of the animals. Another question. I'm not very professional doing these things. This is not. I don't have the expertise of Manbo Dòwòti, nor her eloquence, and I'm not very good at timing myself in general. So please stop me when the times arrive. I'm going to go to another question which people ask me. It's about the relationship of Vodou to Jesus and Christianity. Christianity is intricately linked to Vodou. It is one of its three pillars, as the slave used its facade, both visual and verbal, to hide but maintain their faith. Along the way, they acquired the magical power of the colon and many of the elements of Catholicism. Christ, the cross, is assimilated to many elements of Vodou, namely Kafu, the loi of the crossroads, Baron, the loi of the cemetery, Legba, the loi of all passages. They are the first crosses and the first Christ. And evidently, their symbol is the cross. So, it is a choice and it is okay to eliminate, or for some to want to eliminate, this Catholic aspect of Vodou. But as I'm saying, for me, it's something that is mine, and I would not reject it. Another question, it's a question related to the earthquake. I'm bringing it up because the earthquake is still very much in the news. Not because of the earthquake itself, but because of calamities that seem to hit Haiti on a constant and regular basis. So what do Vodouists think of these calamities? As Vodouists, we veneer all elements of nature. Nature is our mother and the natural habitat of the Loi. And I'm saying their natural habitat. But we also celebrate the Loi in our houses, in our homes. And as a Vodouist, I often accept things that occur without trying to make sense of them. Nature has a life of its own. And as Vodouism, we accept it because nature is independent from the Loi and from us mortal. We have nothing to do with it. Nature has a life of its own, and there is nothing we can do about it. So as a Vodouism, we accept those so-called calamities. And one thing that is interesting, right after the quake, a few Manbo and Ougan from the Lakou, we were at the temple actually, and discussing what we would do, to help the community, what we could do to help each other, because many of us were directly affected by it. And I remember asking, why did that earthquake happen? And most of them said, it just happened. And one particular Manbo had said that it was its time to happen. And I told her, but why was it the time for? Wasn't it another time? He said, no. The earthquake was sleeping all this time. So the earthquake just woke up. As if it was something already expected. But I think the last earthquake in Haiti was in 1832. So she didn't have a memory of an existing quake. But she just knew that quake was part of our memory somehow, and that it was only sleeping. And I'm talking about that memory in our genes, that knowledge that's inside of us, the experience of the ancestor being carried over in our life. So, in many ways, this is what Vodou is all about. Okay, so now I'm hoping to answer your question.
Okay, so I'm going to invite Professor Elizabeth McAllister up here to make the first comment and question. And then as we elicit questions and comments from the audience, we'll ask that you come up to the microphone, which we'll have microphones up here and over here, I think. Is that right?
I'll walk around.
Okay. Please wait for Omar and then speak into the mic, because I believe we're live streaming. Is that correct? Okay. So
well, thank you. Thank you, Professor Smith, and thank you to our spiritual elders. Thank you so much to both of you. My only comment is that this is a really special occasion to hear from people inside the tradition, and so it's up to you all to ask, comment, and please just raise your hand, and please maybe say your name before you ask a question, and if you want to say anything about yourself so that they know where you're coming from, that might be helpful. So the table is open and round. Yes. Oh, sorry, I was pointing to the person that. Okay, so you'll be next. And your name?
Hi, my name is Izzy.
All right.
Thank you to both presenters for being here today. I very much appreciated your comments, Manbo, about the opening up of institutions, and I do have a question for you pertaining to that. You mentioned that for you, demystifying the tradition means doing the intercultural work, the interfaith work, and also building institutions yourself and building relationships with institutions. But and I preface what I'm going to ask by saying I don't know anything, so I hope that my question elicits critique. But there is, on some level, a safety in mysticism. How do you account for the risks of appropriation that come from demystification? And simultaneously, how do you account for the kinds of institutions with whom you develop relationships, and to understand the way in which those might impact the expansion of, understanding or demystifying Vodou? And also a little bit of background, and this question is for Monsieur Lafontant and maybe also you as well, Manbo. But I'm Haitian American, and I'm very excited to be in an institution like NYU. I actually went to NYU for grad school, so it's an alma mater. But so it's very exciting to see an event like this take place here. But also, there's a part of me that is craving for spaces that are outside of institutions that have a clear link, or rather, that are our own institutions. For me, as a Haitian person who didn't grow up in Haiti, but who also wants to understand my own culture, how do I do that kind of engagement directly with other Haitian people, not to expand upon the way in which this kind of event happens here. How do we do that engagement between Haitians?
Well, thank you for your question. I'm trying to recall the first question you asked. I think it's important to understand that there are perhaps two different ways of understanding mystification. When I read the title, I didn't think about what is esoteric within each tradition, be it Vodou, Freemasonry, Judaism, Christianity. There is an esoteric element to things that is about dealing with mystery, that is about establishing a relationship with what, to the extent that one can, with what is unknown, what is unknowable, what is unseen, that is those things that are intangible. There is that element of that is mystery or mystère. But I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, that demystification had to do with the kind of structures that are put in place, societal structures that are put in place that are intended to suppress, that are intended to, as I like to refer to God these days, as the geographer of denial. Okay, geographer of denial, God. And so Vodou doesn't believe in God. Vodou doesn't believe in God that way. We believe in the grantor of dreams, perhaps, but not the geographer of denial. And to the extent that our geographies speak directly to our own physical being, to our bodies, geography is that these invisible space that hopefully I'm putting my arm around an ancestor. Geography refers to the physical spaces, the social spaces that we are a part of, as well as our actual territorial domains, our countries, our continents. This process of creating imbalance, spatial injustice that erodes and takes away, annihilates, colonizes, abuses our physical terrains, our physical bodies. That is the mystification that I understood was taking place, that suppression of ourselves and our knowledges. And so I'm one who, you'll be hard-pressed to get me to talk about my touchy-feely story about how I became a Vodouist. I'm just not interested in sharing that with most people. It's none of your business, for one. But I also refuse to do it because I don't want to contribute to further mystification of, oh my God, how did she get initiated? How did she do this? How did she become that? C'est affaire femme, c'est pas affaire, okay? It's none of your business. So I always take this position of looking at things from an institutional perspective because that's all I care about at the end of the day. This is bigger than me. It's bigger than my story. It is our story. Vodou is the institution that we're talking about. And so when we are not denied our spaces, we have the freedom to luxuriate and critique and discuss and engage and grow, and we are not forced to contract those spaces, unless we choose to hide things. And there are things that have to be hidden, because it is not the responsibility of everyone, and not everyone can assume responsibility for some of the knowledges that we have. We, as an Ugan, and you can call him Ugan, not Monsieur, but Ugan, myself as a Manbo, we chose, well, actually, I don't know if we chose, but we were chosen. We were chosen to take a certain path. Our Ori, our Metet, we were selected to do certain works. Again, as I said at the beginning, institutions sort of latched onto me. That is my role. He has another path. And so actually everyone here has a particular path that they take. Our duty is to come to terms with what that is. Had it not been for the transatlantic slave trade and captive Africans, our traditions would evolve and grow in all sorts of ways. We would know from the day that we were born what we're supposed to be doing. All right, we wouldn't be having midlife crises and things like that. This is your job. This is what the community needs and expects of you. This is what the laku, what the kanda needs, what the société needs, the terrero, the cofradia, all of these terms that we have for speaking about society and community, that is known from day one. And while we might struggle along our path, our respective paths, it isn't, we don't feel alone, isolated. We know that there's a structure in place to support us. And the mystification that has taken place that is external has sort of dissected it or segregated us from those spaces. I'm going to allow a brother to answer the other question for you.
Could you repeat the question? Joindre la cour, joindre eux la cour. But your initiation, and I don't mean initiation in the sense of Vodou, it's a quest to find yourself. And you have to do that search on your own. And you will find the answer within you. And the answer within will give you the path to the answer outside of you. But the key to your question is finding your laku.
We have, yeah.
Yeah. I think she has found her laku, my Dòwòti.
The pathway is opening up. We have a question in the back and then a question in the front.
Good afternoon, Manbo, Dòwòti. Good afternoon, Ogang, Jean Daniel. I have a question. My name is Victoria. In my tradition, I'm in a Lukumi Yoruba traditional community. As a younger person, I'm in a Lukumi Yoruba, sometimes otherwise known as Santeria community, but we don't really say Santeria. I wanted to ask you a question. My godmother stresses the importance of not doing spiritual work, like even work with dolls and anything else, without consultation and divination. That the answer doesn't come from us, the answer comes from the Loi or the Rishas, that we have to ask them and obtain their permission in the same way we obtain their permission which animals to sacrifice and when. The same thing with spiritual works, that it's not just picking up a doll and sticking something in it and saying you did something, that you had to have some sort of permission. And sometimes you'll find that, I have often found that the answer was within me and that there was something with me that had to be changed and no one else. That it was an apology I needed to render, a change in behavior, honey on my tongue. It had nothing to do with anyone else. I wanted to ask you if you could talk about the type of permission at the highest, just very basic level, if that type of permission from the Loi is necessary, because I've heard a lot of misconceptions in my tradition about, oh, you just do things to manipulate people, and there's not that larger perspective. Is the question?
That's a question for Manbo Dòwòti. I have to tell you, I'm not familiar with other traditions at all. So after she answers, because she can compare, so I'll make a point. But one interrogation that you should have is the Loi, the spirits, the energies that surround the world. Are they outside of us? Are they in us? Are they both outside of us and within us? And who are we as spiritual beings? And what is the interaction of the energies that surround us, constantly on us? Aren't they, the Loi, the spirits, the energies, aren't they continuously speaking to us? And are we listening? So that would be my answer from the Vodou side. But I'll let Manbo Dòwòti answer you.
Thank you, Victoria. It's good to see you. And thank you, my brother. We are in some ways like artists, right? And when we become initiated, we have to, first of all, the entire process is a set of permissions anyhow, right? You just don't decide, as some people like to do to me, they're going to roll up on me and say, I want to become initiated and I want to be a high priest. I'm like, oh, really? That's nice. But the permissions come from places that are on the same plane as we are as well as those outside. Um, I came to Vodou kicking and screaming, literally, um, because I didn't believe it was within me to join ranks with anyone. I was an atheist, um, but because of knowledge that I carried genetically, there are things that I knew, and there was no way I could know that through my own lived experience. I realized that I had to become initiated. But that is a set of permissions that came outside, on one hand outside of me, but it had always been in me. It was in my DNA. So we go there, but then we have to learn. There's techniques, there are practices, there are songs, there are drums, there's rhythms, there are dances. There's a whole thing, a set of systems, as you know, in Ifa, in Lukumi, that we all have to learn. And so we do go through the process of getting permission and checking, but we also have to get to a point where we know ourselves so well that we follow our ashe. You know, what is in us tells us this is the way to be. This is what you do. This is how you proceed. This is what you stay away from. That, you know, some people call it the God voice. That piece of energy within yourself that teaches you to find balance in the world. Balance within yourself first, and then how are these actions that you are about to engage, how does that contribute to creating further balance or chaos in the universe? So one has to understand the short term, the immediate and short term impact of one's actions, and then longer term. And it isn't just a question of looking at things temporally, but spatially as well. And I argue from the African worldview, spatiality is far more important than it is time, that linear construct. So it isn't just a matter of, yeah, you ask permission and we think of it in that linear way. We have to think of it elliptically. We have to think of it, you know, spherically as well. But at the end of the day, you have to be able to stand upright, to be moon, you know, take that essence of thought and the kinship systems, or the genetic component of what is within you, and then what connects me, and then us to all of you. You have to keep all of that in place. And we can't go and ask permission everyone in the room, but there's got to be something within us that already lets us know. Proceed. I go see. I go la.
Yes, there's a question right here. And just tell us your name and anything you want to tell us.
I'm Manolia Charlatan. I'm a journalist, and other things. Amando, you know, I have the privilege speaking to my spiritual elder, and of course, Ugo and Lafontant. Look forward to getting to know you more. My question for you all, because I function in the space of trying to bring information to and for our people, and there have been other demystification efforts about Vodou. And some of them are mainstream, from Reza Aslan's religious series that included a Vodou episode and his amazing journey personally, to more academic and Vodou-based efforts like Manzès, Nandomi. That's the book by, if you want to learn more about the Vodou initiation process from someone who was also an academic, Mimose Beaubrun, who is one of the founding members of Bookman Experience. She is not just an amazing musician and leader in that way, but she studied the CLACS system as part of her anthropological work in Haiti. She released a book called Na Domi, which means
in your sleep, within your sleep, or as sleeping while sleeping.
I paused for a reason, because as many of you who are Kreyol speakers know, one phrase can mean many things, and so
It actually means in my dream,
exactly.
more than in my sleep.
Yeah, it's more in my dreams.
Yeah.
Anyway, so if you want to learn more about that, you can do that.
So my question for you is about these kinds of demystification process that's happening in the mainstream and other your colleagues. What are your thoughts around how people can differentiate what's real and what's more propaganda?
That was one of the questions.
That was, would you like
That-
to?
that-
We have to know ourselves, we have to know our own history, and we also have to ask ourselves who benefits from the knowledges that are procured? Who is going to benefit from asking the question and the response to the question? Who benefits from how this information is relayed, how it's transmitted? And I think once you answer that question, then you can begin to understand what's real and what isn't real, what's fake and what is fact, what is I don't know, a meaningful spiritual response, and what might be one that is intended to create barriers and be off-putting. So that's one thing that I think one has to begin to do, and then keep interrogating, keep asking questions, and not to be afraid to speak to people, to speak to other Vodouists, to attend ceremonies, to even take classes for dance or music or whatever. You have to begin to know yourself and understand how you move through the world. And that would be one way I think we could make that kind of a distinction. I was thinking about the believers piece. We were talking about this earlier. I think most of us didn't have an issue with the Vodouists in there, but we did have issues with the Christian who was speaking. And what was his intent? His intentionality. Intentionality is the critical issue here. What is it that you intend to do with this information? What is it that somebody else intends to do with that information? And this, in the case of this series, I found what he's doing deeply offensive, not just because of theological issues, the issues of eschatology, of liberation theology. There are these the apocalypse. There are all of these sort of formal theological issues that make a distinction between the Abrahamic traditions and the Afro-Atlantic traditions. It isn't just because of that, but there are juridical and economic issues, the dynamics of power that come into place, and who is imposing their will on whom. That is also about intentionality. And I think when one is able to sort of sit back and question, interrogate oneself and the other party about what is going on, why is this information being asked, why is it being sought, what are they going to do with it, then you can decipher who's genuine, who's and who isn't. That's one of my responses.
Thank you, Manbo Dòwòti. I won't be able to do it as well, but I'm going to add one thing. We often have the answer within us. We know when it works for us and when it doesn't work. And whoever is ill-intended or is ill-trained, if I can use that, you will know once you go there. And quite often, we follow a path because the spirits within us, the energies within us, whatever guide us, because we are really not alone. As Manbo Dòwòti was saying, I don't believe in that God, but I believe that the sum of the 21 nations of spirits and Loa, the sum of the 400 family of Loa, that is the core of Vodou, the total of all these spirits, is God. And the sum of all these spirits, energies, and forces that are part of the world and part of our world, they continuously guide us. But quite often, things like formal training, uh, prejudice, misconceptions, fear do not allow us to see what we already know, what we already feel as being real. So please, when you decide to follow a spiritual path, get naked. Remove all those prejudices, all those things that you have, and follow your inner self. Follow your instinct, follow your inner guide. They unmistakably will take you to the path that you need. Or you can look for guidance also. The lady is there and she has the answer right in front of her, but she's still asking. You know? So sometimes you already have the answer, so follow the answer. You'll know. Your gut, your instinct will tell you, because your instinct is not your instinct. It's the brain within, the brain unspoken, the brain untrained, you know, that inner brain, your spiritual brain. In general, they know.
Because it was in part because it was two women asked the similar questions, and you're both young women. You both made me think about experiences that other people have had and have shared with me, and you used the word naked. Well, he meant it metaphorically. I'm telling you, you don't get naked in front of other people, okay? Unless they are, we're still segregated in terms of, and there's reasons for it, men with men, women with women in aspects of what we do, particularly during initiation. You don't get naked to be abused by others, whether you're female or male, whether it's same-sex or heteronormative. Don't do that. Listen to your gut and your instinct that way. And I have to call this out because I've had too many young women and young men come to me telling me about being sexually abused by those who they sought counsel and aid and to have their spirits balmed and knowledge. Okay. Listen to your gut. Listen to your gut. If something tells you there's something wrong, then it's wrong. It might be okay for somebody else, but it's wrong for you. And I can't stress that enough, because I don't want to hear any more of those horror stories. And it does happen in all of the traditions, all of them.
All of them, across everywhere. Who would like to ask the last question? Who would like to ask the last question? And tell us your name and a bit about yourself if you'd like.
Ayi Bobo Manbo Dòwòti, Ayi Bobo Unga Lafontant. Je m'appelle Nadine Dubuche. My family is from Haiti. I'm first generation born here in New York City. My father's from Jacmel. My mother's from Okai. I guess you could take this as a commentaire as well as maybe a question, because I had a series of emotions while I was listening, and to honor each and every one of you who have just spoken. When you started, you said you were angry. Like, you know how you started a conversation about certain things, and you also had an excitement. Wynnie, yes? Where are you? She said something about wanting to express and to help open up and talk about Haiti more. And I'm hearing little things in the back about the Orishas. And I also dance the Orisha classes, and one of my good friends are in the path of the Yoruba. My commentary during the time I would like you to speak more in clarification of what you meant by God, because I like how you broke it down. But I also am very happy because there are some of the questions and emotions that I had. You kind of started to answer it, Lafontant, is when you said that there's God and everything. And I want you to clarify the God, because the reason why I say that is myself, and I'll say that, is I have my altar, and it was given to me in blessings. But one of the things that makes me more angry than anything, in every path there's a path, and everything that we are given is by the universe, and we all, speak of our divineness. And when you said, you can embrace an ancestor and what, I want you to clarify, if you both of you could, that there is so much of a stigma and a negative that I would like if you could speak more of the healing and the positivity of being in the Vodou religion. Because I think a lot of people, and going back to our DNA and our history, that in respects to the book and the history of Bookman, I am so tired of people imagining or visioning Haiti and Haitian people as devils or demons, that we are sitting here poking people with dolls and breaking legs and things like that, and that's all that we do. That the minute they hear that you are Haitian, oh, ça va fait. Wa poke moun, wa fait ici, wa fait l'autre, and then that to me is an insult to, even though if I'm born here, I know what messages I get, and I know what things that I don't talk about, even though I'm saying it overtly now, because I have my reason. I don't overtly talk about my shrine, or I have this, or I have that, because people are so ignorant about certain things. If you could open up, and I'll give it back, that if you could talk more about the positivities of just simply being an initiate or a non-initiate, and what it means to be spoken to or touched by the Loas.
I'm not going to speak on behalf of all Vodouists, but as a Vodouist, personally, I don't believe in good and bad. I don't believe that there are good spirits or bad spirits. I believe that men are ill-intended or well-intended. And the spirits help us carry on what we more or less decide to do. I don't think of Vodou as a goody two-shoe religion, as a goody two-shoe culture at all. Because a culture, a tradition born out of slavery cannot only be a very nice goody two-shoe type of culture. So I'm not denying some of the ferocious aspect of the culture. And in many ways, I take it as something extremely important, because it did not only give freedom to Haitian, but it did also give freedom to many nations in the America. So I'm not going to spit on it. Evolution has changed many things. And I think that over time, the more what's so-called positive aspect of Vodou, because that negative aspect of Vodou, for me, it's a positive one, because it made me who I am today. But the so-called positive aspect of Vodou is today much more promoted. And it's the curative aspect. And it's funny that we're talking about that. One of the pastors in the Reza Aslan episode mentioned the Christianity building the schools, building the hospitals. Yes, they are building infrastructure. They are building physical infrastructures, physical buildings and things. But are they building men? We in Vodou, we build men. We build character. You see? You will see a Haitian anywhere coming from the buttocks doesn't know how to read, doesn't know how to write, he'll stare at you right in the eyes. You know? This is what we built. And I think that this is maybe one of the more positive aspects of Vodou. Contrary to you, I don't care what they say. That I pin people, that I'm bad, that I'm ugly, that I'm the devil or Satan. All I do is stare at you. Because deep inside us, once more, as Vodouists, we know exactly who we are. And they know who they are. Profoundly. So there is nothing negative about Vodou.
Well, for me, one of the things that I love and why I'm ferocious about Vodou in the sense of my determination to advocate for it, to teach it, and to entrust it to others who are worthy of having of being entrusted to is I found that I acquired a lightness of being when I became initiated. That I became fearless. I found my ancestors were touching me in ways that they hadn't before. I would wake up singing a song that I knew was my song, a song that they taught me. People I had never seen or met in the flesh. And knowing that there was nothing to fear on the other side. In fact, it might actually be better on the other side. But I'm not ready to go there yet. I still got a lot of teaching to do. But that kind of freedom, that kind of, again, a lightness and fearlessness and an ability and willingness to move through the world with a confidence that no one can teach me. Is what I found in Vodou. I learned something that I already knew in terms of I grew up in a Pan-African household, so self-determination, self-governance, self-administration, all of these things, yeah, intellectually it makes sense, but when one becomes initiated, you actually learn to build your own world. You have to prepare things not only for yourself, but for other people. And so that act of giving, that generosity, if it exists in you, it gets taken to another place. It gets taken to another level. If you're entrepreneurial, it goes up another notch. It goes to another place. So those are healing elements. And then we have to take these small things, these practical things that we learn and apply them again meaningfully elsewhere in the world. And so there is again this sort of multi-scalular, engagement that we have. So I move from beating my collier, when I get initiated, to building an institution. So it's that kind of leap of mind. That is the beneficial, that is part of the healing aspect of Vodou, in addition to being able to have real heart-to-heart talks with people and allowing people to cry and shed their tears and for me to wipe them away and help them get back on their feet again. That's a part of what it enables us to do. Aye, Bobo.
Thank you for this beautiful panel, which the only comment I do want to make is that this panel would never have happened even 10 years ago, certainly not 20 years ago. And it's very, very special. And it's a precious gift that each of you are here to open up and share and be public and be so wise and so strong. And it's an honor to be with you today and with you all. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. We'll take just a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for a panel on Freemasonry. And then after Freemasonry, we will have coffee and some snacks, and then a panel on Christianity, and then a reception. So thank you very much. more stereotypes and misunderstandings around it than Freemasonry. And of course, if you put Freemasonry and Haiti together, people often have no idea what you're talking about. So I'm delighted today to have two exceptional presenters on Freemasons who are themselves initiated as Masons. I'm also delighted that in the last panel we got to the sort of heart of the matter of religion and spirituality and the relationship between the two, because here we are really speaking of something that's not a religion but is an institution, and for many people a path to spiritual enlightenment or formation at least. So without further ado, we're going to have Dr. Jean-Paul Errol Toussaint. Dr. Toussaint is currently working at Kingsbrook Jewish Medical Center as a physical medicine and rehabilitation physician. Dr. Toussaint is also a metaphysician, Freemason, Kabbalist, and writer. He believes that the assistance of the invisible world and masters placed him on the path to study mysticism early in his life. Dr. Toussaint is the CEO and founder of a spiritual motivational group, Genesis Melki Zedek. Members of the group are enlightened through lessons of Kabbalah and mysticism. Our next special guest is Mitzi Bazelais. Bazelais is a native of Haiti. Starting from the age of 5, she has been told by priests, family, and other spiritual people that she has a great aura. She was raised in the Catholic faith, but she always felt there was more to life. Eventually, she moved to the U.S., where seemingly haphazard events ensued and strange things were revealed to her in dreams and in life. About 8 years ago, she began her studies in theology, Rosicrucianism, Freemasonry, Kabbalah, Martinism, Gnosticism, and of course, Voodoo. In the end, her soul was most touched by the Voodoo tradition. Bazelais possesses great curiosity and is always seeking wisdom and enlightenment. I also have to thank you, Mitzi, for organizing this panel and introducing me to Dr. Toussaint. So, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm even happier to see that wonderful audience with, wonderful people. Mitzi, thank you. Thank you. Katherine and Omar, they invited me here. So my name is Toussaint. For those of you who came from Haiti, you know about the Toussaints. And my ancestors were one of those, great governors that freed our country. His name was Toussaint Louverture. And we came directly from him. Also, I was born in Zaire, Congo. So normally today I should have talked about Voodoo, because Zaire is, and Nigeria, Africa is where Voodoo was, basically, where, born, if I can say, and transmitted from our slave to different countries in America. But I'm here to talk about another topic, which is Freemason. Why I became a Freemason and almost heavyweight Haitian, I can say, is Vodouism. It is a beautiful topic, Dòwòti, I admit, the way you handle your session with Lafontant. But what I didn't hear is our country at a certain time was banned to practice voodoo. And one president has to write a petition and sign it and say, if anyone in this country practices voodoo, he will be punished, going to prison, and even worse, more. So it became a delicate situation. Even if you are a voodooist, you know voodoo, you want to do good for your brothers and sisters, but now your 2 feet are in one shoe. So what happened? While the president, I'm not gonna say the name of this president, but every Haitian knows that he did that. And voodoo was done on the ground, secretly. He became like, to practice it, it's at your risk and peril. And if you are an intellectual and scholar, you will choose to leave, and your children also. So a lot of family, what they do, they also bind their kids to go and practice voodoo. They say, petit mwen, rete loin bagay sa. Meaning, children stay away from voodoo. So imagine you're Haitian, you want to know about your culture. You want to know about, hey, what happened in 1804, even in 1803, when like 2,000 black men barefooted, even with baton and stick, face Napoleon, the great strategist Napoleon, with green eyes. And there were a lot of white people, French. And what happened this day is still a mystery for everyone. We beat the French army with Napoleon, with bare hands and feet. So it became everybody, every nation, European, even America, said, we're going to use those people. They have something that we don't understand, so we are going to use them in Savannah to fight for us. Because it seems they use something more than what we see. And guess what? We fought for America, and we became victorious with them. Bolivia, and all those Hispanic countries said, hey, those Haitian, you know, they have something that we don't understand. Let us use their power. So they sent for us. We went there. Guess what? Guess what? We won with them.
That's funny.
And it was one of the reasons that we were banned by the French people. Instead of paying us, they made us pay for our independence and the ban the voodoo, and we're still paying for it. So what I'm trying to say here, it's me, Dr. Toussaint, I came in this country in 2008. I was a victim of that thing because I'm Haitian. I was doing my internship at Brooklyn in internal medicine, and one chief resident told me, hey, JP, they call me JP, are you voodoo or are you a monkey? So, no, I laugh, you know why I laugh? Because when I see me, I'm 6'4", well fitted. I have a beautiful smile. And I see that man calling me, are you a monkey or a voodooism? Choose one of them. I don't want to describe you, this man, because he's one of them anyway. So I should have talked about voodoo. But what happened is when we bound with voodoo things, and now Catholic and Protestant, they come in this country, we are allowed only to do Catholic at a certain time, you know? And we were praying Jesus, we were praying Mary. And my father, he's a scholar, he was a lawyer. My mother also is from Toussaint ancestor. My mother is from Rigo. They call those people mulâtres. So they are well educated. They say, you're going to Petit Séminaire Collège Martial. You're going to do for your education. So I went there, I studied, and I went to medical school. But everything happened one day when I met my master, and he's still alive. I was doing Catholic. And he said to me, I was talking to him, I said, I don't understand a lot of things in the Bible, why I'm not a Voodooist and all those things. And he said, let me tell you, I want you to go in the Bible and read Luke 8, verse 10, and come back to me. I said, Luke 8, verse 10, what is that? So I went and I read, and I'm going to share it with you. When I read the quote is said, to you, it has been given to know the mystery of the kingdom, but to them, everything will be said in parable. Though seeing, they may not see. Hearing, they may not understand. This quote quibbled me for a long time, years. I tried to memorize it, and you know that, you see that. Internalize it. And it made me understand that at a certain level, there's no religion. There's no institution. All we are doing, it's basically to please your inner self. People use religion it's another time, another way of slavery. I want to stay a little bit in that. Religion is the exoteric aspect of life, meaning the X, meaning the superficial part of life. So, whatever type of religion will tell you, don't do this. If you do this, you can die. Don't do this, do this. Those are dogma. It's doctrine. They want you to behave yourself according to some dogma. The only thing that makes sense in my mind is not don't do this, but like Yeshua, I call it Yeshua because I do Kabbalah. It's what Jesus Christ said to them. To you, you will be knowing everything, all the mysteries. But what are those mysteries? There's no mystery. The mystery is you. You are the temple. You are everything. If you take time to see people like us, we build like temple. We have head, shoulders, hand, feet. We have a heart. This is the only species that can connect with anything they want. We create everything. You want to create law? Okay, life tells you create law and deal with it. You want to create divinity? Life tells you create it and deal with it. If we don't understand that there's no religion that could lead you to destination but you will struggle. And to answer, and I agree with what Mr. Lafontant, Lafontant said about the earthquake. How come a country like that, everyone is praying so deep in Vodou, so deep in Catholic, so deep in Protestant, so deep in everything, and over 1 million people die on an earthquake, not even 7. But to this I will tell you, life is selection. It's very cruel, but it's that. Biologically, you sitting in front of me, but do you know how hard it was to be born or to be what you are now? Let me explain what I'm saying. A male, when he goes in contact with a female, has at least 65 million of spermatozoids. Why? To fertilize only one ovule. When one spermatozoid go inside the ovule, now you become a zygote. But what happened to those 64, 99 million of spermatozoid? Thank you. What happened to them? They die. So life has chosen you to continue the path, what you are saying. We all sitting here, and evil people outside, we all are chosen. But chosen to do what? This is the mystery. You can choose whatever you want. And at a certain time, when my master told me that, I choose the pathway of Masonry, Freemason. Why? This institution told me that you have to be a good person to enter. He doesn't impose nothing to you. But he's telling you, because I got some principle here, he requires tolerance of the members. He respects the law of the country. If I am a Freemason here, I have to respect the law of this country and in my country and every country that you are. It is an association of independent men and women, free and of good morals, listening to the voice of their own conscience, which compels them to put into practice an ideal of peace, love, and fraternity. So, I choose at a certain time Freemasonry, and I had a long way with it. I did a lot of things with it. In Masonry, we don't kill people. They say there is Illuminati, Freemason, or Satan. To what I told you, Satan really exists? Or we choose a path to see Satan in front of us. Everything is intentions in life. As a matter of fact, I can define magic by 3 elements. intention, word, and gesture. What Dòwòti was doing, I say Dòwòti because we friends for a long time. I should have said Manbo, Dòwòti, right? Okay. Okay, you see respect. I said Manbo Dòwòti. Um, what she was doing in those four corners, east, west, north, and south, every religion and esoteric group do the same thing. You don't see the priest when the priest come and incense in the east, turn, do the west, turn, do the south, and the north to go back to east. What is that? Is this something to open something? What I'm telling you is, when you see a Mason, you see a Voodoo, you see someone who do Kabbalah. If you are afraid of those people, that means you're afraid of yourself. You are afraid of your thoughts. And one of the greatest masters that walk on earth also is a Bulgar, but he became French. His name is Mikhail Ivanov. He said in his speech one day that people sees with their eyes, but with emotions and feeling. Let me try to, because you will understand. Let's say after this lecture, you know, everybody's happy. They give me $1 million, and they say you have a new houses and everything. Don't do everything. Just write and I'm happy. So I go outside. My car is parked there. I see a ticket of $100. I'm telling you, if I see that officer that give me that ticket, after having this, I could shake his hand and say, "Oh, thank you for giving me that ticket," because I'm happy. I don't see that ticket in a bad way. So I see with emotion and feelings. But let's say after John Doe is working and the boss say, "I have to let you go today. We don't have any more job for you." The same person, John Doe, is going home and then he sees a ticket in his car. He can take the ticket and probably go and kill himself. So nothing has changed. It's what is changed is your feeling, is the person. It's your feeling and your emotion. It goes for the same thing for religion, for Masonry, Freemason, Kabbalah. If you see me talking about Kabbalah and Freemason, you will judge me based on what you don't know and what they told you. You have a preconception about something you don't know. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you what we do inside of Freemason because you have to be initiated. Initiated comes from the Latin word initiare, meaning that I'm guiding you through the road. I'm guiding you. Someone has to hold your hand. It's like voodoo. Someone has to hold your hand and take you. Even if your eyes are closed, it will take you from A to B. And the only thing the followers have to do, the follower has to believe in this person who is guiding him. If you come to voodoo, if you come to Kabbalah, if you come to anything, you want to be initiated, but you are initiated with like a dual aspect of thing. You're not sure about it. You want to be a good Vodouist, or you want to be a good Freemason. And this is what, in a good terms, that is very important to talk about. And I'm still have 20 in the waiting 20 minutes? 5 minutes, right? And so I choose to be Freemason. And after being Freemason, I said, in my country, what happened is being Freemason, it's like a syncretism. Inside of Freemason, there are things that I cannot tell you, but culturally, they are taking like Catholic inside of it. They are taking voodoo inside of it, and they make an amalgam. So, if I wanted to do voodoo, I will go and be initiated in voodoo. Or if I wanted to be a Catholic, I will go to the priest and sit and listen to him. I wanted to do Freemason and entirely Freemason. So at a certain time, I left, not leave, you can't. But I pointed toward mysticism in what they call metaphysics. Because this is the only thing that I saw that could admit the God that we are talking about. Only, I don't know, unfortunately, I believe in God. So, anything someone is telling me there's no God, it's you. Because I can't understand that complexity in this life. My eyes has like millions of nerves in it. Everything I'm thinking, and in my brain, I have a frontal lobe, I have hippocampus, and they are directing my movement. And you're telling me that there is no intelligence that has driven this energy that I am now. So I believe in an essence, I believe in that we call it God. I don't call it God. Because if you give it a name, you will limit this type of energy. But if we are here, if we're doing this here, there is, of course, an energy, outside. That is everywhere. That is inside. That is outside of us. And that makes us live what we choose to live. So, the only type of thing that gives me satisfaction is doing mysticism alone and doing Kabbalah. With Kabbalah, I understand the allegoric form of life. And with Kabbalah, I understand when Jesus Christ, one of the greatest, walked and said, to you, you will understand the kingdom. But for them, they will never. Everything will be said in parable. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am delighted. I went to Haiti, I believe it was in February, that I met Miss Katherine Smith. And I went to a lodge in Haiti called the Cosmos, which they don't like to see us women in Haiti who's a Freemasons. You cannot be a Haitian woman and talking to and say you are a Freemason. Though I am a Freemason. So I went there, they looking at me, they like, you are a sister? I say, yes I am. I say, well, you need to interrogate me, talk to me. And I'm like a revolutionist. If you tell me I cannot do, I have to do to show you that I can. So I've been like that since, being a kid. So don't challenge me because you will get me. So I went the first time, they didn't want to see me. I went the second time, they didn't want to see me. So I said, I'm going to continue and going. So I went the third time. They finally let me go in and talk to me. And then Katherine was there, so we met. So here am I. So nothing is done by hazard. It's always um, something for something. It's not a hazard that I'm here, that I met Katherine, I met Dr. Toussaint and Miss Manbo Dòwòti and Lafontant. So there's no hazard. Yes, I'm Haitian, born, raised in Haiti, and a part of my in Montreal, and then I'm here. So bear with my accent, bear with the way I talk. So, you know. Anyway, for the longest, right? If I can just go to some because Dr. Toussaint already almost said everything. I rather people ask questions, then I answer, then me elaborate on a lot of things. Then, you know, for if you come from Paris, France, Canada, Central America, you're a woman, you are Freemasons, you have more respect than being a Haitian who's initiated in the Masonry. I don't know why, because it's a cultural thing to me. To me, it's a cultural thing that the men are. I'm the man, and you beneath me. Yeah. So, and they take out of context the Constitution done the Sun long time ago. I think it's 1823. I'm not sure. He wrote that we do not accept women, and so not only cultural things, Haitians, men, things you need to do whatever they want you to do, and do it the way I want you to. And they believe in that things, and they claim, I'm not sure because I never been in there, that they make them swear not to be around us. But at the same time, they will have large mix, which women and women. Okay, are you contradict yourself? There's mixture large. You calling me sister inside, but I cannot go to yours, and you can come to a mixed one. I don't get it. I'm kind of confused. But like I said, I don't like to talk much. But if question asked, I will be delighted to answer. Okay?
Thank you both. That was, Mitzi, I think you're even taller than me. Thank you. Thank you. That was completely fascinating. And I think I want to borrow a cue from Jean Daniel and his presentation where he said, I'm going to go ahead and answer these questions that are asked of me all the time. And I'm curious, what are some of the first questions that your friends, your family, people who meet you ask you when they say, what is Freemasonry, and why are you a Freemason, and what is this thing? What are the questions that you get all the time about the sort of just fundamentals of what is a Freemason to you, and why did you decide to join?
Do I take that?
Sure. the question is especially important because, as I said, there's so many misconceptions over these sort of conspiracy theories of, as you said, the Illuminati and Freemasons and this and that.
What was the question?
Just, what do people normally ask you when they find out you're a Freemason?
Oh, they said, "Oh, you're a woman." Yeah, that's the most problem that I had with it. It's, "Oh, you're a woman." Oh, you are? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I have a cousin, but I've been around people who's Freemason since I was little baby. But my dad wasn't one. But one of my cousin, when I asked him to join, I said, "Can I be?" He's like, "No." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because you're arrogant." Yeah, he said, "You're arrogant. You cannot be." I said, "Okay." And among his friends, one is really, I don't like to use that word old, but he was kind of old. His name is another Toussaint. It's not him. And he introduced me. It's like in Vodou, they will say it's your father, but it's not my father per se. And Masonry is like, comment on dit parrainé? Yes. So he was like my godfather to be initiated. Because he said, if you think you are ready, you have to be ready. If you feel that you are ready, then, hey, you can come among us. Because, to be a Freemason, all you have to do is to practice virtues. He said, well, you've been married, you have a kid. I never heard you get arrested. I never, yes, you can be. And that's why I'm a Freemason. And I'm proud.
Yeah. I can add something in the question and said, what is it? The thing is, why there are so mysteries around Masonry. First of all, is the esoteric part of it. Let's say people outside the door is closed, okay, and they don't hear anything. They are curious to know what is going on inside. And if someone is staying in the door, the person is on the door saying, you cannot get in. So it like stimulate the curiosity more. And they're starting to say, oh, if I can go inside, probably they're killing people there. Or probably they're killing babies. One of the things that you hear more in Masonry, there is sacrifices of babies, or Mason called Lucifer in person coming down and then talk to Lucifer. But all those things is because the people cannot get inside and they are curious about it. And this is like the esoteric aspect of mysticism. And guess what? We cannot tell them sure what we are doing inside. We can't. Because if we do, it's like betrayal. Betrayal. You betrayed a brother. So if you know something and then you go and every person that you meet, you say it, doesn't make sense. So that will give you the ability to keep a secret. And believe it or not, when you are able to control yourself. Even in situation where you get threat, they threaten you because Mason at a certain time, Freemason were threatened by the Catholic people. And believe it, they never say the secret because they say, I rather die if I say it. So this is about it. And they think we have the secret to talk to God. But they think we have the secret to talk to God, but they are scared to be initiated, to get that secret to talk to God. They want to stay outside and say, give me the secret, without being initiated. You understand? It's too easy.
That's something you have to know one to be one. You know, so it's it is what it is.
So, okay, we'll go around with a microphone. Yes, beginning here with Manbo Désir.
She was.
Oh.
Thank you both for your insights. I have half of an observation and half of a question. The word syncretism has come up in your panel as well as ours. And while it's been, I think, fairly loosely explained, I think it's important that people understand that there are things that, you know, I don't like that word, synchronization, first of all, but I also think that we are forgetting a couple of things. One is, what was the origin of some of these traditions that claim to be syncretized with Vodou? You know, the Kemetic traditions, that cracked, are the origins of Christianity. They're the origins of Freemasonry. And perhaps some can argue Vodou as well. But there are traditions that existed on the African continent that were brought in, and their labels were changed. So are we syncretizing something, or are we just taking back what was already ours? And then there's something really, really important historically and juridically that we cannot forget. We cannot forget in the Americas the existence of the Code Noir and the imposition of apostolic faith on all Africans, and wiping away memory that way, making it the law to be yourself. So I question this issue of syncretization, and I would like for you to address that, please, if you would. And then my other question, or my actual question, has to do with, again, the word religion and the word spirituality. Religion means to bind oneself. Spirituality has to do with respirer, you know, espire, to breathe something in. So what do Freemasons, what are you bound to? And then what do you take in? How do you breathe it? And then how does that, because breathing is a process of inhaling and exhaling. So what is the practical application of the mystères, of the things that you cannot tell us? What is the practical application of that, if you would?
Okay, yes. Let me start by the second question, because syncretism, it's more like deeper than the first question. The second question is the practical aspect, you know, of Freemason. Freemason basically is not a religion, because if we're trying to start by define religion, it's come from the word Latin religare, that means unite people. So religion, with the esoteric aspect of life, will be better to gather you in a place they call temple or synagogue or anything, but to impose, to tell you to do or not to do. Is it good or not good? I'm not there to judge. Why should I judge? Because those people who took that decision to have a religion, they are genius. Because to think about something like that, I'm going to take some pieces in the Bible or in the scriptures and make people believe of it. Those people are genius. So those are good things. But this is exoteric aspect of life. For Masonry, it's like more philanthropic. When you heard Sister Mitzi were talking, morally she's a good person, married, never been like arrested, convicted, and everything. No, I mean, I'm not saying if someone is not married, she's defining herself like that. So I'm repeating.
I didn't define myself that tactician. I'm saying that
yeah.
Freemasonry, as you have to be a good person, you have to practice virtue.
Virtue. Okay. So
it's not what I mean. I am one, but if I don't have those qualifications, I cannot be. That's what I was.
Okay.
Thinking.
Probably the way I said, there was a little bit of misunderstanding. What I wanted to say is like virtues. They took virtuous people by screening you. Screening you is, how they do screening you? They call it ballotage. In a sense of, you want to be a Freemason? They say, okay. But guess what? They try to get your name, and it's like they run a background check on you. Not this background check, this, but they will go to your family, your friend, your neighborhood, and start looking of the way you behave. You give this application, let's say in January, nobody write you to say if they're going to take you or not. You have to wait sometimes 1 year or 6 months. Guess they're doing that. They're looking, they run a background check. If they agree now, they call you for an interview. They ask you question to see at a certain time in my country, you have to be an intellectual to be a Freemason. You have to sit in a degree to be a Freemason. So there were all those things. Are they good? Are they bad? I'm not here to judge. It's not that. So we're telling you what this is the way it happens. So when you get inside, they will more, have a tendency to give you the moral aspect of life. From what is a Mason? Everybody know what is a Mason. He's a laborer. Someone who works with his bare hand. But to do what? To construct a temple. Which temple you think they're talking about? It's not the outside temple. It's you. The first stone that you have, you will take one stone, 2, 3, 1,000, and you construct yourself. But a new person with not something they impose you, but with good intention. Because they want to give a product outside that will be a positive outcome for the country, a positive outcome for where you are. I can go everywhere I want. If there is a Freemasonry institution working, the way I will knock the door, the way I will talk, I guarantee you, they will open their arms and embrace me.
Mitzi,
This is what is.
Mitzi, did you want to reply to the question about syncretism?
Yes. I'm not talking about it from other race and culture. I'm talking about my own race and culture. In Haiti, to be colonized by whatever they put in our head, if you're not a Christian, you're not a Catholic, you no good. Oh, you bad because you're Vodouism. You definitely to go to a good school. The school have to be a Catholic school, and trust me, they have a lot of things they ask in order for you, and certain people can go. Not everybody have a chance in Haiti to have an education from the Catholic school, grow up and go to university and stuff like that. For that being said, being raised and colonized with the dogma that you are a Christian, you are a Catholic, when you become initiate in anything, it can be Freemason, Voodoo, Rosicrucians, Martinis. I think in the back of our head, we still think we are Christians, even though we're saying, "Oh, I'm not a Christian. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual." But in the back of your head, being colonized, we still think that, hey, so Haitians, everything they're doing, they call us satanic, whatever, magic people. They have a tendency of always put that Christianity, integrate it inside of whatever. We do it in Voodoo, we do it in Freemasonry. Freemasonry don't ask you, you can put your culture into it. So if you go to South America, they will put their own. Brazil gonna put their own. The Haitians put their own. So we had Voodoo and that Christianity that they bring to us. I can call it, if everybody understand Kreyol here, religion pepe que yo te pote ba nou an. Just so they can take away what's good for us. Because if the Haitians will really take the Voodoo, we will be too powerful for them. You understand? Too powerful, so they have to bring that Catholicism, Protestant, and all those nonsense to us. So yes,
Okay, we have
that's what I can say about it.
okay, we have a question right here.
I'm going to try to be respectful. My spiritual elder is here, so um, the Masons in the United States, the Black Masons, have had a long history of political struggle. They have been at the forefront of just about every liberation movement there is. And I noticed that you read one of the tenets is to respect the law of the land. Well, the Masons had a long history of not doing that because the law of the land was to enslave people. That was the law of the land. So I would like you to speak a little bit more about how does the society, or at least what you belong to, how do you all confront injustices? Because historically in this country, anyway, I know you live somewhere else, but historically in this country, Black Masons confronted injustices as an organization. And so I wanted to better understand, is that still happening today from your understanding? And how? And if not, how does that work with your spirituality? That's one. And then the second part of that same question is about the practical applications. So this panel is about demystifying spirituality. I don't think you all did that. I think, but I find it's because Masons tend to speak. It's the way you express yourselves. It tends to be very difficult for the rest of us to understand what y'all saying. So I'm gonna ask this a different way. What can you say about your spiritual practice? Not the dogma, not your ritual, but your day-to-day, about what makes you a good person. What can you say that is for yourself? In Vodou, I understand what it is, what a Vodouisan does, but for yourselves, what constitutes your spiritual practice?
First of all, I don't know what and how you define spirituality. Okay. Be a Freemason, first of all, you have to believe in the higher power. So if you have to believe in something. It doesn't matter if you are a Jew, a Muslim, a Catholic, Protestant, whatever. You can be a Freemason. Freemason is not a religion. You know, it's not a religion. Don't mix it with a religion things. I don't know about, you studied something about the black, to Dr. Toussaint? Okay. All right, Dr. Toussaint.
But
Hit it.
it's the same thing. I came in this country in 2008. So I can tell you that I will answer the spirituality aspect of it. I can tell you, they say that this country was built, you know, with the help of, you know, Freemason. And there were like 13 of them in your general, like Washington. He's a very good one. So, myself, I cannot go and, you know, elaborate on something I don't know. Because it's like it's subject for subjectivity. Because emotion and feeling is the way you see it. Somebody else can have a different, you know, approach than you are. I'm not saying that, hey, what you're saying is no good or good. I would rather say that as a Freemason, we are not religious in a sense of a Freemason do not tell you to be Catholic, to be Protestant, to be Vodouism. If you're talking about practicability in spirituality, do you understand? It's depending on who the person is. For example, I told you my ancestor. They are Mason, they are Vodou, Vodouism, and also they did Kabbalah. Not the Kabbalah Jew that you hear about it. The real Kabbalah with Moshe, Kibel Torah Messina. That means what they give Moshe, you know, in Mount Sinai. This is what we had, you know, in certain part of Haiti. That's why myself here in this country are the only person that transmit that type of Kabbalah, Chaldean, from Africa to here, and I have some adept. If you tell me about Freemason in a sense of what we do, practicability, spirituality, I cannot answer for them because it is not a religion. I will answer for me. I will say that I do Kabbalah for a living. Kabbalah every day is receiving and transmitting. I just told you in Igbo, Moshe Kibel Torah Messina, Sara Lioshua, Vioshua Lizekeni, Zekeni Lisehini. Meaning that Moses received the Torah, all the instruction, the Bible, at Mount Sinai. And what he did, he transmitted to Joshua, and Joshua to the chosen one. So this is what I do. I enlighten my Kabbalah, okay, from Keter to Malkut. I prayed every day. Why I prayed? this is not the Masonry, the Freemason that make me do that. I'm a free person. I can do anything that I want. This is this thing that you have to understand in a way of probably another Mason in here can do something else. But I agree, only 1 second, the Freemason will not go and do something, kill people or do something. This is my belief, you understand?
Okay, so we'll take a question from Tom, and then over in the back. Tom?
Hi, my name is Tom. I just had technical questions to ask, and could each of you tell us where you were initiated into Freemasonry and under what jurisdiction were those initiations?
Myself, I was initiated in Haiti in a lodge called La Jude, numéro 33. It's in Arcaye. And this is the Grand Lodge of Haiti. So we have everything, Grand Master, Grand Commander, Deputy Grand Master, and everything. And Grand Inspector 33rd degree, myself. So it is we have the French jurisdiction, and also we are allowed to go to the Écossais. You know, the Écossais, I don't know, the Scottish. We have the Scottish one in Haiti, so which is in New York. So I was initiated in New York, but so I get to Templier Kadosh in New York. I don't know how to say it in English. The Knight Templar. Yeah. Very good, thank you. And we have the Scottish also until 33rd degree. And myself, I am a eminent commodore. How do you say that? Okay. And myself, I'm a très éminent commodore. A patriarch. No, I mean, for him, because he asks a technical,
Okay.
and he asks a technical question, so I have to let you know about it.
And myself, I was initiated in the Loge Féminine de France, and then I am here in New York, on a lodge, the Haitians called GODA, Grand Orient des Amériques Haïtiens, aux États-Unis, ici, aux États-Unis. And I am a Knight Templar, and I have a 30th degree in the Scottish Rite.
Thank you. Christina?
Hi. I was a little confused about exactly how people are initiated into Freemasonry, because you said that the only stipulation is that you have to believe before you get initiated. You can't falter in your belief that you want to be a Freemason. But then you also said that people from the outside can't know the secret. You can't really tell us anything. So how does one decide to become a Freemason without knowing exactly what you're doing? How can I believe? How do you deal with that question? How do I believe if I don't really know what I'm believing in, what I'm going to do? You know, because like a lot of religions that I hear about, it's really kind of, or not really religions, or just groups, it's a little more open. You can kind of see what exactly is it, and you can kind of weigh the pros and cons. Do I actually believe in this? You can kind of discuss it. But then if I go into initiation and then you guys are doing something that I'm not really vibing with, if you get the word, like what are the next steps? You said people don't really leave, you know? So like how do you deal with that? Is there like a presentation about this as well? You know, like how do you take inquiries of like, so what is this?
If I may answer that, whatever us Freemasons is on the internet. It's there. But the thing is, if you're not initiated, you have eyes you cannot see. I mean, you will understand in your own way, but everything is on the internet. The signs is there. Everybody's seen it. Yes? it's there, but you have to have eyes. You can have ear, but you hear what you hear. I hear another thing. You understand? So this is the way it is. It's not no secrets. It's there, and their life, everything have the sign. Everything is there, but we go to the exoteric things, so we know we do in our ritual, so we know what it is. So that's why.
Can I just say I ask that question a lot of times of Freemasons that I meet, like, how do you decide if you don't know what's inside the lodge? Like, how do you decide to go into the lodge, right?
Like I said, I answered earlier. I said, Catherine, if you may understand, you need to know one, to be one. If you're not around Freemason people, or you, like, we have something called tenue blanche. I don't know how to say it in English. Like when we can invite other people to our temple.
White table.
White table, okay. So when we have tenue blanche, everybody else can come.
A lot of times the answer I hear is, I knew a Freemason, I knew Freemasons, I liked their comportment. I like how they carry themselves in the world, so I wanted to be more like that.
Right. So that's why I said you need to know one to be one.
Okay, oh.
I mean,
it's scary, right?
they they don't handcuff you. You free. You're free. You when you initiated in anything you initiated, you have light. You see light. So whether you decide to keep going to the ritual or not, you are an initiate for the rest of your life. You die initiate. You understand? Because you have something other people don't. Like if you're a priest, you've been ordained to be a priest, you be a priest, you die a priest. So if you are initiate, whether you decide not to go, you still initiate.
I think Mariah, you had a question, and then sir. Oh, sorry.
Oh, actually, I had my hand up before anyone in here, period.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, she saw it.
It's true. It's
Yes,
true.
I had my hand up before everyone in here, repeatedly.
Okay, I apologize.
No, I was just saying that I validate the space right now.
We apologize because I tried to.
Thank you very much. What I really wanted to say, however, I really thank you all for coming here and for providing the introductory information. And I think you will also appreciate my honesty here. My father, from what I've heard from my aunt, was a part of the Freemason movement. He never said he was. When I asked him about it, he didn't respond. And what was clear is that something was hidden. We know something was hidden because when he got really, really sick, close to death, he began to speak pieces of it, right? And that's how we knew something was off. The idea that this particular word in Freemason was on the pamphlet was why I came, and also because I wanted to hear more about Haitian. What is clear about the introduction, the panel on Haitian voodoo, is that it has dimensionalities, it has diversities, it has a kind of philosophy that you can look at, it can purge your life, and the symbols, the spaces, everything makes sense. We got a working template. And I left with the idea that I can move from here and do the self-work and also the investigative work to move forward. Where Freemason is concerned, I come curious, but I leave clouded. That is to say, and it's no disrespect, I think you appreciate my honesty. What that is to say, I am really still asking the questions, but more loudly, the very questions being hinted at by everyone. What is behind the scenes? That's really what we want to know. What is going on? What are the practices that we will find attractive enough to make the first move to say, I would like to enter? We're not hearing them. What we're instead hearing is some reluctance, some hesitation, and that makes us curious even when we read your body language, no disrespect. And so we're leaving here wondering what is really going on. And some saying at a conference, at a presentation, that is about demystification. I'm not really certain if we have demystified anything. I just think you kind of need to know that.
We think that. We thank you.
Yes. It's No, it's a nice questions, and you said it all, right? But let me try to say something. I'm not trying to be ironic by what I'm saying, the way I'm going to answer you. When you open the Bible, Genesis 1 verse 3, and God said, let the light be. And there was light. You agree with that, right? Do everyone, you have a Bible? Do you agree with that, right? That's what it said, right? What I'm saying, I mean, if you read it, if you go to, because I know a lot of things by heart, so I can say something it's probably not true. So Genesis 1 verse 3, this is what happened, right? Yeah, the Bible, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to explain. And I understand his little bit frustration, right? Because your father has spoken before going to we call it the transition. We cannot say he died. Okay. All right. So I started, with Genesis 1 verse 3. And God said, let the light be. And there was light. He separated the light from the darkness. Who was there first? Light or darkness? If you find that question, I'm ready to give $100.
He said, can the light be?
Don't answer. No. I'm just asking them. I know. No. It's joking. Light or darkness?
Okay, this is very difficult material. What is our next question? We are running low on time.
I had a question.
There are so many beautiful people here.
What I was saying. Okay.
Okay.
I want to finish and you probably caught me.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. What I was saying is, you can say light, you can say darkness, you can say both. Because why he has to separate light from darkness? You can say both. In everything, you have to admit there is an allegoric form that our mentality sometimes is limited to apprehend, to comprehend. When he said that, some scholars said he sung a word they call bereshit. Brashit. In this brashit, there is 6 letters that correspond to the 6 days of creation. You've been reading the Bible for years. If you don't have someone that hold your hand to make you understand this part, you can take the Bible and read it 2,000 times. You will never understand. That Brashit, when he said it, Bereshit, I know, Bereshit, but he said Brashit, you don't have to say 2 aleph in a word. That make it 6. The first letter is Beth. Why he has to start life, universe, with Beth? With the second letter in Hebrew or Aramaic. Because he wanted that duality. He wanted that light and darkness. He wanted that comprehension and uncomprehension. He wanted that seen and unseen. In everything that you choose, your frustration is right. Her frustration is right. What I want to say is everything is okay. What the Masonry is doing inside and what are you doing outside? All is well. Thank you.
Okay. My question, I'm a student here at CLACS, so sorry, I just had to get my question in. But my focus is Cuba, and I've studied a lot about abacoa in Cuba, which is considered a Masonic practice. And something that's really interesting to me is that the way the abacoa has been protected in Cuba is that you can't practice abacoa outside of certain places in Cuba. So if you're not practicing in Havana and you're not practicing in Matanzas, which is where they were founded, you can't practice it. So if you choose to move to Miami and you practice abacoa, you can no longer practice it. And that is a way that they protect the religion and make sure that, because it's all transmitted orally, that it continues to stay connected. And I was wondering, in the context of Haiti, if there's something that's done similarly. I know that there's various different temples and different practices, and it's very diverse. But if there's something similarly done to sort of protect the traditions. And my second question was about sort of the inherent misogyny that exists within Masonic practices. In abacoa, similarly, women cannot enter, and they have this whole story that roots back to the Ifik practices in Nigeria that stated that women couldn't be a part of abacoa. And so they sort of jokingly like place the machismo on that. They're like, oh no, like it's not because we don't want women, it's because where it originated from. In this tribe, the woman told the secret, there's a story that goes with it, and that's why women aren't allowed. And so I was wondering if that same sort of placement on why women are not allowed exists in Haiti as well.
I guess I'm the woman. I'm gonna answer. For you, I don't know the name. When you are like Dr. Toussaint said, your frustrations, it's like they do talk bad about Freemasonry, and that's why I think you all feel frustrations because, hey, why it's not to everybody, why people cannot. They do talk about that we are Satan, we illuminate. How you feel that word? Yes, they do talk bad about the Freemasonry, but I'm sitting in front of you guys. Am I looking like a Satan? Do I have a horn? I mean, really. So, yeah, to answer what you say, in Haiti, it's not, they do said women cannot keep secrets, but they all know that we can keep more secret than anybody else. So, we can make men talk, men cannot make us talk. So, I really don't believe in that.
Okay, we're really, really low on time, but there are two hands that have been up for a long time. I'm really sorry. And we're about to have coffee, so we can, by all means, we can continue this conversation. But can we get the gentleman in the very back and...
He's suffering, 2 people.
Oh.
Yeah, you see, 3.
I'm really sorry, but let's okay, but what we're going to do is we're going to group questions really quickly. So do question,
How you doing?
and then response.
My name is Franz. I'm from Moshe. I'm from Haitian Lodge number 925 of the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C. I understand these two brothers, a brother and a sister in front. There is a language barrier. It's not that they're not answering the questions, okay? But it's just that whatever that they want to express, they would like to express to you, it's not coming out as it is. You mentioned about your godfather before he died. I had a ex-girlfriend of mine. Before her grandmother died, she explained something to me before her father had died. They did something. Okay. Now, there are certain things they're not going to tell you, especially those old folks back then. They never disclose any information to anybody unless they're about to die. So if you want to seek the light, you have to go and get it for yourself, you understand? So nobody's going to divulge anything. And sister, you did mention about a sign being on the internet. I don't condone anybody to go seek on the internet to look at this weapon. It's not going to guarantee you anywhere. You're not going to get access inside no temple, trying to get access because of some word you heard, of magical grip that you've acquired. That is no. So if you want to know what's going on, you got actually it takes one. You have to be vouched in order for you to step into that door. Okay. So of course, I'm in a lodge where I was sworn not to go to any women lodge. I do, especially in the Haitian lodges too. I know there are so many masochistic, that's how they call it, that's the word, that misogynist lodges. That I really condone. But the whole philosophy of masonry, as you step into the two portals, is more feminine in man, sun and moon.
Yeah.
So a man come, a woman. I mean, I'm sorry, a child come out of woman legs, the two legs, the two pillars. That I don't agree with it, but the fact that we sworn to it, hey, you understand that we don't take part of no female. I've met you before. You understand? I've met you before in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So I know you're a good sister. You're good moral. That's why we practice. So that brother over there, I haven't met you yet. Okay, I guess we will speak. But I know, like I've been to so many lodges before. Okay, but it's not like they're trying to actually put you guys in the dark. Okay, maybe what they want to try to express is not coming as clear as they would want to express it. So that spiritualism, me personally, I developed my spiritualism to the lodges. From the first voyage I do with you is purely spiritualism. Okay, so it's not about doing witchcraft or whatever voodoo. The fact that in masonry, no, I'm just saying because a lot of people. Sorry, let me go. Many people misconstrued. Hold on. Many people misconstrued. Hold on. Many people misconstrued the word voodoo. They think about bobby pins and dolls, and that's what you're doing. And
we just had a wonderful panel all about
okay.
that. So we need to wrap it up.
All right. So it's not more of a question. It's just like a verification to, like, they're not trying to put you guys in darkness. Okay. So that spiritualism, it is developed for me personally to the lodge. I had no knowledge what spiritualism is. Okay. I develop it based on what I'm reading and different materials. So that's why I developed my spiritualism. I see that you're a Kabbalist, correct? So you practice that. So everybody developed their sense of spiritual differently. So just because you're a Mason, that doesn't mean that you're gonna be spiritually intact. But the symbols are there for you to work with them.
Okay, we're gonna take one more quick question and then quickly wrap it up. Mariah, I think actually, well, okay, two more.
Hi.
Over here we had, yeah, but I know you've had it up too. So let's do two quick question comments.
Sure. Hi, I was brought up Haitian, but I was also brought up in a Pentecostal Christian household. And my curiosity comes from, what is the correlation with Freemasonry and Christianity? Because I do notice that a lot of Freemasons do know the Word of God. However, I'm not exactly sure how they both merge. I think that's where my confusion comes from. Because I do know that there are a lot of Christians that practice Freemasonry. I know that there are a lot of Christians that do practice Freemasonry. I just don't understand how you can serve God but also have another practice. It's almost like a contradiction almost.
Okay, and then we'll take one last question and then give a chance. Sorry, in Mariah, green shirt and hat over on the right hand side. I'm really sorry, I don't know your name.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sabine, a proud Vodouist. I have a couple questions, comments. I'm going to try to keep it short. My mind is spinning because this is bringing me back to Catholic school for some reason. It's just statements. I know a little bit about the history of Freemasonry. A lot of it seems very Eurocentric. I'm just curious as to people of color, particularly Black folks that come from Haiti, especially with our revolutionary history. How did Freemasonry come into Haiti? That's just one question. And also, as being Haitian, and some Vodouism practice Freemasonry, where is the boundary there? Where is the quote-unquote syncretism? And how is that resolved in practice or in spirituality? Another question I have is that we talk about a lot of virtues within Freemasonry, and I would say in other forms of spiritual practices and or religions, there are some guidelines, there are some codes. I'm just curious, within the Freemasonry community, how do you hold men accountable? How do you hold sexual predators accountable? What are some levels? I know there was different codes and titles, but what's the highest level a woman could be in this practice? And I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. It's just a lot of like basic questions
I
around
promise
Freemasonry.
we can continue this conversation
Sure.
outside, I promise.
Yes. Um, because your question is a little bit similar in like syncretism. You both mention it, right? Syncretism. Like I used to go to Latin. I don't know, because I was in a Catholic school, and we've been doing like Latin all my life. So I used to take the words and go back to Latin. Syncretism come from this word meaning like you want to sync. You want to make a fusion of two entities that that were initially not like in a perpendicular or diagonal, version. They were parallel, but there is an effort made to fuse their path. So, in the beginning, syncretism, Masonry was very difficult. First of all, as I explained, Vodou was banned in our country, and Catholic came, Protestant, and Masonry came at a certain time. All the president in Haiti was like someone said, you have to be a Freemason. It's like here. So they were happy to be Freemason, but not Vodouism. But the thing is, they had to make a fusion. That will answer a little bit Manbo Dòwòti. That syncretism happened. It's not because we wanted to do Catholic or Protestant. When we're doing Vodou, it's because after being imposed Catholic, the colon said, if you pray what you're praying, that I don't understand your language, so you could die. So what they do, they take those angels from Catholic and this make like an analogy with their own. For example, you know about Dambala, but in certain sect they will tell you Saint Patrick. Why? They say no.
I know different aspects of it within the African diasporic religions. I understand that, so that's not my
No. Because we start doing with Vodou, and this is the same thing that happened when they impose us the Masonry. We become Freemason. A lot of Vodouism, okay? They could not practice because it was on the ground. So what they do? They go to do Masonry. They became Freemason. And with time, they now let it go. They let the Vodou go. If you see the Freemason, all Freemason, okay, even me, where I was initiated, we know a lot of things about Vodou. Why? Because the Vodou guy, or the person that he understand the dynamic. He said, oh, Mason is not religion, so I can practice Vodou in it. So that's why they become syncretized in a sense of, and sometimes you go to ritual, instead of do something normally, and you say there is, a lot of Vodou inside, okay? and they try to explain everything by voodoo names. Like they call anything that you want, they make a syncretism. They make a transfer of energy from voodoo to Catholic, from voodoo to Masonry. That's why we have this in our culture. Like we are Freemason, but voodoo is still there. No, I didn't say that.
No. Can I say something? She was saying, how can the Haitians being a black country become a Freemasons? Remember, I said that before. We were colonized by the French, the Hispaniola, which is they bring that to us. That's how we can heritage the Freemason as a black country who, since our independence in 1804, it keep on going and still going now. Like I said, you can be a Christian in any other religions and be a Freemason because we're not a religions. We just gather. It's like I'm talking to you, social.
I think
yes. That's how I can answer it. That's how Haitians can become. Remember, just like they bring the Catholic, the Protestant to us, so we can demonize the voodoo, so we don't have that much power. So they bring it to us. Like I just said earlier, that they bring a religion or whatever pair to us, and we take it and we take it in.
I think a historical note might be worth. One, we do have to wrap it up, but it's worth going back to the 18th century and the early 19th century and considering the revolutionary history of a lot of these lodges. In Saint-Domingue, there were lodges that were sort of radical Jacobins that believed that the rights of man actually applied to all men of all color, not necessarily women.
Yeah.
But that, like, huh? It's another panel.
And that's why. The source of Freemason was after colonization, and this is like.
I think we can continue this over coffee. So have some coffee,
Thank you,
touch
everyone.
the elements.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much.
push our community forward. We're an international organization. We have a school in Haiti, the Croix-des-Bouquets section of Haiti, which is called the Haitian American Caucus Haiti. We have about 400 kids in our pre-K to 8th grades. We have a women's group, a men's group, and a community center. I'm excited to be here to represent the Christians, I guess. Grew up in the church all my life. Went to private Christian school, international Christian school, from K-5 to 8th grade, where we had Bible class, and Bible class was probably one of the most important classes, and it taught myself and my peers the Bible back and forth, you know, like, and and your whole life, growing up in international Christian school with, some might say, it's a very extreme education system, but your whole life is revolved around the Bible and Christianity. So if anybody leaves there as an atheist, you might get lynched or burned to the stake. Joking, but it's ingrained into your blood, and it's in, like, this is who you are. This is what you're going to become, and the mission is to get you to become a pastor or a missionary or a teacher, revolved back into the International Baptist Church system. Interestingly enough, in the 8th grade, my family moved from the neighborhood that we were to another neighborhood, so I ended up going to a very secular high school. It happened to be one of the worst high schools in New York City, South Shore High School. But I love South Shore. I'm a proud alumni. And it gave me a different perspective, right? So my first day of class, I was nicknamed, what was the nickname? Sub. They called me Sub. Why did they call me Sub? Because I wore a suit and a shirt and tie. My parents would not let me go to high school without a shirt and tie. So my name was Substitute Teacher. So at 9th grade, my tag name was Sub. And my parents wouldn't just not let me go to high school without a suit, shirt and tie, and dress pants and hard shoes. So it was a tough transition, but I think now that I'm older, I love the fact that I'm a hybrid, right? And I have the best of both worlds. I have a Christian foundation, Christian moral foundation, because they focused a lot on morals and your moral compass growing up. And then went to South Shore High School, and we had to get into fights and stuff. So it gave me a great foundation to understanding my Christianity and where I was from. I went to undergrad at St. John's University, which is a Catholic school, so I got the Catholic perspective as well. And they didn't really force you to participate, but most of the teachers were fathers, right? And we had everyone had to take Christianity. Christianity was a course, was a core course that you had to take, and we would have like church, which was like weird, like when the semester started, and everyone had to participate. And they did little things like if you wanted financial aid, you had to participate in X, Y, and Z, which was cool now that I look at it, now that I'm older. But I say all that to say I think it's giving me the well-rounded perspective of what's important, what's not important, the role of religion and Christianity in my life, in my family's life, in my family structure, and in the way that we behave as human beings. So I'm also a music director for my church. So I think I oversee maybe, I want to say 35 to 40 musicians in the 16 churches that we have all across the United States and the rest of the world. My church is called the Temple of Restoration, where we're changing lives every single day. And I get the opportunity to see how my music, right, can affect through spirituality and through the anointing, can actually help people get a better experience when they come to worship and provide worship and praise. And it gets touchy because music has a profound effect on everybody's life, right? Music is the only thing that can enter your body without your permission. So I'm speaking to you right now. You can't stop it. The sound is going in your ears. The only way to stop it is if you literally put something there. You can't stop the sound that's going in your ears right now. This is the only thing. Everything else you have to put in your body. So because of that, there's a spirituality. There's a spiritual piece to that as well. If if we sing a song in the key of C minor, right, people will be sad, right? If we play a song in E flat, right, or F major, people will be happy. So we can literally affect your mood based on the keys that we play. And a lot of people they don't know that or understand that. If you're in a good mood, listen to a happy song that will put you in a happy mood. If you are sad, you can listen to an opera or a sad opera or some of these classical songs that will make you sad. And we understand that, and that is intentional in our planning of the songs that we use when people come to church on Sundays. But that's no different than preparing for an event or anything like that. But we understand that we have a mission and that we want to get people to connect with the Lord and be able to be prepared for the word, right? Just like I'm preparing you guys for the word that Pastor Serge is about to give now. Just kidding. But I say all that to say is that when it comes to Christianity and the role that it plays, that I understand, like, there are myths, there are people have feelings and questions, but all I have to say is that in Christianity, or the one that me and Pastor Serge is selling you guys today, you can be yourself, right? You can be yourself. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to follow the rules, right? The core of Christianity comes from a very ordered place, right? From in the historical context of the Catholic Church and the Crusades, and we can go into all of that. But the modern Christianity that I like to assign myself to is a Christianity where I can serve God and I can believe in God and I can still be a human being. And if I miss church this Sunday, then I'm okay. It's not the end of the world. And if I want to, if I want to listen to some gospel music on my way here, fine. If I want to listen to some rap music and Jay-Z, that's fine too, right? The premise is that I want to be a good person and I want to do the right thing, and I don't have to be confined by rules that are going to keep me from doing what I want to do and doing what I have to do to be a good person. Yes, I believe in that Jesus Christ died on the cross for me and that his blood saved me from going to hell. And yes, that's the super religious parts of our Christianity, but I would open the floor to anyone to join and to be able to, be a part of what we're a part of without any strings attached. You don't have to be, I'm not picking you up tomorrow morning for us to go knocking on doors, to get more people to join. You don't have to do that. I think salvation is very personal, and whatever you're going through and whatever relationship you have with your God, that's what it is. So we don't attack any other religion. We don't attack anybody else. I was just telling my brother over here, if that's what he's practicing, then that's what he practices. The premise of our religion and what we believe in is that is love, right? So how can I love my brother here at the same time tell him, oh, you're a Freemason, I love you, but I hate what you're doing and it's terrible and X, Y, and Z. I'm not here to judge him. At the end of the day, he can believe in whatever he wants to believe in. I can believe in whatever I want to believe in, and we can both connect to to Christ and our Savior. And his relationship and his religion is completely personal, just like mine is. I could be going through something, and nobody else in the room can know about it or can do anything to help me. I may need it from a higher power, and that's from God. So I'm going to get what I need, and I'm going to continue. So I guess that's my spiel, and thank you for having me.
Good evening, everyone. I really regret, I heard there was a spirited debate. Someone was in the hot seat. I wish I was a part of that. But I guess I'm in the hot seat now being a pastor representing Christianity. Some of the things that you were saying, I was enjoying the little looks that this lady was giving me to see if I was in agreement with what you were saying. To explain my journey, that little bio does not really capture the journey of my relationship with Christ. It started very, very long ago. Pretty much, even though that I was raised in a Christian household, that is the foundation of of my experience. On my father's side, I come from a long line of pastors, and on my mother's side, I come from a long line of missionary. So you would think that I would go the straight and narrow path, and that was not my case. At the age of 5, I was sent to a boarding school in France, and my first real introduction to Christianity was through the Catholic religion, which is totally different than my experience, which is a Protestant based. And I started asking questions. That's where my relationship with God started to grow, because I started asking questions that nobody else was asking. Because I think sometimes when it comes to religion, religion kind of brainwashes you to accept what you're supposed to accept, but we forget that God has given us a brain, and the brain is still supposed to be utilized. And one of the things that the function of the brain is to ask questions. So we fail to ask questions. We are afraid to ask questions. We are afraid to offend because of questions. So one of the questions that I asked was that one of the practices of this Catholic church at this boarding school, at a very prestigious boarding school in France, was to come into the courtyard, and we would pray over a statue. And the statue would be the Virgin Mary. And for those who were raised in a Haitian Catholic, you know, we would say, Je vous salue Marie, pleine de grâce, que le Seigneur soit avec vous. It means, I salute you, Mary. And I'm like, okay. It caused me to have a study and understand who's the Virgin Mary. And I'm like, if it's about Christianity and it's about Christ, where does the Virgin Mary fits in? You know? And after Christ and she had other children, why is she still called the Virgin Mary? Questions like that. As I, you know, ask those kind of questions, and I move into the next level. And so you would think that being in a Protestant family, father's side is long line of pastors, mother's side is missionary, right? My best friend was a Muslim, where that caused me to become a Muslim for the next 10 years. Where my name was changed to Ibrahim Isa, you know, because the reason why they call me Ibrahim in the Judeo-Christian religion is the father of faith. And so I was a daredevil. You tell me to jump out of a plane, I believe that I will land on the ground without a parachute. They're like, this brother got faith. So we're going to call him Ibrahim. Isa was the fact that because, you know, I was always on the search. Whenever I go to being exposed to religion, I'm like, what about Christ? What about Christ? So they're like, well, we believe in Christ. He's just a teacher, which means Isa. That's what the name Isa means. Isa means Jesus in Arabic. So they call me Isa as a middle name. My daughter is called Isabella because I came in to know that Jesus is beautiful. You understand? So that's why I call it Isabella. And so that is one of my experiences. So for 10 years, I was a Muslim with a name change, but, you know, came from a long line of pastors on the father's side and missionaries on the mother's side, you know. And also one of my other best friends was also a spiritualist in the Haitian community, where they practice voodoo. As a matter of fact, his father was his father? Yeah, his father and grandfather was the very known dictator of Haiti, Jean-Claude Duvalier. So I am best friends with their son, who practices voodoo, very well known, and you know, he's a great man, great relationship. Just got married not too long ago. So now I come from a long line of pastors on my father's side. Mother's a missionary. One of my best friend is Muslim, and the other best friend is a Haitian voodooist. You understand? So how did I become a pastor, or where did Christianity fit in for me? By asking questions, by studying the word, by getting an understanding of Christianity. And I realized beyond the religion, there is a relationship that is necessary to have to understand. Because, like, for example, if I sell you this, whatever this is called, this MacBook, right? You don't know how to use it unless I give you the manual. But it's not for you to determine how it's used. It is the creator to determine its use. So if I'm a created being, so therefore there's a creator, and therefore there has to be a manual to identify my purpose of who I am. And that's what the Bible represented for me. It was a manual for me to understand my identity, where I stand, where I'm going, why I'm here. And that's how I had an encounter in college with Christ, where he made himself real to me and showed me that I am the one that you're looking for. And as I began to search and understand, and I realized Christ was not the kind of Christ that I've seen in history, because the Christianity they show in history is the one that's on the cross. That shows that and it gives you a kind of defeatist mindset. You understand? But the fact of the matter is, the Christianity that I began to discover in Scripture is the King. So if there's a king, there is a kingdom. if there's a kingdom, there are principles, there are laws, there's principles, because he's called also the Prince of Peace. So if he's a prince, there's also principles. And I realized that when it comes to the Bible and the way it's being presented, we are ignorant of the principles, we are ignorant of his influence, and we are ignorant of his power. So the kind of Christianity that I subscribe to is the one that celebrates his principles, his dominion, his power, but also his love. And that has been my driving force, where therefore I can look at my past and it has brought me to a place to have a true encounter with the living Christ. And I can see in terms of what his purpose is for. And so many people have religious experiences, but they're still trying to make sense of life because of questions that they're afraid to ask. And I guess I'm here to answer some of those questions. And that is my experience in a nutshell.
It's on me. I thought y'all would speak the most. This is great. First, thank you to Sam and Pastor Serge for your thoughts. I'm going to start by asking you a couple of questions, and then we'll open it up to the audience. Pastor Serge, you mentioned that for you, your path to Christianity started by asking questions. Shoot, this is being recorded, right? I think my mom is watching.
Ask away, please, ask away.
You know, my experience with Christianity thus far has been there has not been a lot of space for asking questions. There's been here's the scripture and here's the parable with the story and the lesson, and you know, these are the set of morals you should live by. So my question for you is, how does your faith create space for people who are asking questions that don't match what's already there, that's already set in place according to sort of the model of Christianity?
The problem with what you explained, I mean, many people have that problem is because that they're afraid of saying that I don't know the answer. Reason why a lot of leaders don't answer questions is because they're afraid of looking stupid. Because they think that by not knowing, that means they're uneducated. And the reason why is because a lot of time these leaders are teaching an uneducated mass, and they don't want to be associated with the mass. That's why they have this posture where they're more elevated. You see the altar's elevated, the podium is elevated, and you are the people. So there's not that relationship with the priests and the people. You understand what I'm saying? So there's no, the Bible has answer for everything. And so many times what they do is that they stick to, especially in our time, they stick to cliches of what worked for somebody else. Because we have this copyist mentality. If I see you successful, then therefore I'm going to lose my identity and copy you, do what you do, say what you say, and dress like you so I can get the same kind of results. So they're no longer studying, they're no longer rediscovering, they're no longer understanding. The purpose of the Bible is to answer some fundamental questions. Who am I? Why am I here? And what am I supposed to do? And it's there to explain your whole purpose. But what happened is that when we start fragmenting the Word of God, and then now we're threatened by some of the questions of what we don't know, then guess what we do? We start marginalizing people. We start making people an enemy. So now, I am good, you're bad. The real reason is I just don't have the answer to answer you. So I don't want to interact with you. Because I don't know. I'm afraid to say, I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Yes. Did you want to add to that, Samuel?
No, I agree. I think you know, I'm totally 100% agreement when Pastor Serge talks about people wanting to separate themselves from the masses, right? And feeling like, oh, you're a, you know, you read scribes and you're the smartest person in the world and X, Y, and Z, and coming up with answers to questions that they just can't. And you know, that's the kind of Christianity we both subscribe to. If I don't know the answer, I don't know. And, you know, let's study, let's figure it out together, right? And, you know, hopefully I'll learn something too, you know. Like I mentioned, like I have a lot of musicians that I lead, and, you know, they ask me questions all the time. Hey, you know, as if I'm supposed to be the super holy, super spiritual guy. No, I'm figuring life just like you guys are, you know? So if, you know, hey, Sam, how do I live a righteous life? I don't know. How do I live a righteous life? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to learn that every single day. So I think, you know, going back to what Pastor Serge said, this is the kind of Christianity that we're subscribed to. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? If Pastor Serge, like, just right now in the back, he was breaking down something that I didn't understand, right? And, you know, on paper, I might seem like an educated guy, right? But I had to ask him, hey, what is this thing about? And he was able to show to me in the same way, you know, in other sectors that, you know, he may not understand. He should be able to ask me, and we're going to help each other on this path. And I think that's what it's about.
Because in all organizations, there's degrees to understanding, there's degrees to revelation, there's degrees to of knowledge. You know, I just came at the tail end of the previous debate, and I think one of the questions was not being answered. And when it came to Freemasonry, and you were just sharing me about the secrets, what are the secrets? And I kind of disagree with your answer. But the fact of the matter is just like, of course, you know, in any circumstances, when there's a secret, you know, like, what was the secret? And I'm just saying, well, you know, you're not going to find a secret. If there's a secret, you're not going to know. You know? He's not supposed to tell you. But in any introduction, you understand, there's different levels. The closer you get, you start seeing the roots. Now, what is the foundation of that root? Is the root good? Is the root leading to an enrichment? Or does it bring more devastation? You know what I'm saying? So that's, I think, what was the question that the person was trying to ask, is like, what is the secret? What is the root? What's the foundation? What's the core principle? You understand? And sometimes, even as leaders, people forget if they've been doing it for a long time, and then they don't renew their faith in God and praying and understanding or studying. They forget the core principles. They forget the roots. You understand? So they're so busy shaking the tree to feed the people, but they don't understand what they're founded on. Does that make sense?
I have one more question before I'm opening it up to the audience. Is that I want to do a little bit of digging.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
The main theme throughout the past few hours, and onen respect to everyone who's been here with us from the first panel. The main theme has been this idea of demystifying and really trying to identify the stereotypes and myths around different aspects of Haitian spirituality and ways in which people who practice that spirituality help to create space for others to understand what the truth is about that spirituality. I want to pose this question to both of you. How do you create space for people who want to shake themselves of the stereotypes of the Christian person, who might be seen as judgmental or morally better than someone else, or not accepting of a certain group of people? I'm thinking that the first thing that comes to mind is same gender loving people, and there's not a lot of space on the surface, it seems, for them in a Christian faith. So my question to both of you is, how are you creating space for people to demystify themselves when it comes to the Christian faith, or at least the variety of Christian faith that you practice?
Can I go first? Because I know the pastor's going to bring the house down.
Do I need to get the fire hose? Or
bulletproof vest.
That's a very, very good question, Wynnie. And for me, I feel like it goes back to love, right? So I grew up, and just very candid, I grew up in a very cultural Christianity. And I say cultural Christianity because it's like, okay, my sisters were not allowed to wear pants growing up, right? They're just not allowed to wear pants. Why? Why were they? Why? Right, right. But the rule was women can't wear pants. So my sisters wore skirts their whole lives until we were in high school, where it was just like, we're not wearing skirts anymore. We're gonna wear pants, right? And nobody died. Our house didn't burn down. Nothing happened, right? But that's just one example. The other example is same-sex marriages, right? That's a big taboo in the Christian world, right? You know, in on some Bibles, it's like that's it, you're done. If you cross into that world, you're over it, right? And growing up, I was, you know, that's what I was taught, right? My whole life, right? That's what it is, you know, X, Y, and Z, until my best friend comes out to me, right? The same best friend that I loved my whole life. The same best friends that I traveled with, and we did X, Y, and Z, and and I would give everything for him. Right? So now what happens, right? Now the best friend that I have my whole entire life, I'm supposed to now, oh, really? Okay, bye. Done, over with, gone. Is that what I was supposed to do? Because my religion tells me that I'm not supposed to interact or do anything. No, my religion, if you really go down deep, my religion tells me to love him, right? Love my neighbor as myself, right? And I think that was a point where I really had to like check myself, right? And really not be in a place of judgmental, right? Oh my gosh, that's what you're doing. Oh my goodness, why? What is my sins? Is his sin worse than the sins that I'm committing on a daily basis, right? Or is there like a chart that says, okay, that's 20 points, this is 40, so this is X, is that what's happening here? No. So I had to number one, going back to what Pastor Serge said, go down and find the roots to figure out where, if this is all, it's all about love, right? The same way if I have a child, I don't have any kids yet, but if me and my wife have a child, then what am I gonna do? Okay, leave the house and I don't want to deal with you ever again? Is that the kind of religion that I'm a part of? Absolutely not. So to answer your question, I made space where when he told me that, it was just like, it bothered me for a long time because I was just like, oh my goodness, I didn't see you in this light. But then it also taught me that, that's like, this is ridiculous, right? This is my best friend that I grew up with, and I have to love him no matter what. And I think by doing that, if you ask him now, by me showing him the love, he was so scared to tell me, right? But by me showing him the love, and my family, you're talking about an old Haitian woman, right? Like my mom, she loves him to death. She was making food for him all her life, right? Now she's just gonna stop making food for him, So my mother embracing him and my family embracing him, and us embracing and showing him that our love supersedes anything, right? I think that preaches way more than me getting on a stage somewhere and doing X, Y, and Z. Right now, if we want to get into like, the biblical piece of it, X, Y, and Z, me and him could argue all day. He's an attorney, so we could go back and forth all day on that. But that has no bearing on my love for him, like, and he comes to church with me, right? I go to church with him, like, and we may not agree on everything, right? The same way he may not have agreed with some things that I do in my lifestyle. I may not agree with some of the things that he does with his lifestyle, but what does that have to do with me loving him? And what does that have to do with me having to, to create a wall between him and I? So the best way that I can answer that question is you have to create a space for people, based on your love. Pastor Serge talked about Muslim. One of my fraternity brothers is Muslim, right? And he talks about the Quran, and I talk about my Bible, right? To be honest with you, I'm closer to him, I'm closer to Muhammad than I am some of my Christian friends.
I'll pray for you later.
Right. But just to be honest, I would trust Muhammad with some things that I probably wouldn't trust with some of my Christian friends, because it can't be that black and white. It's never that black and white. My love for Muhammad, right, surpasses any religious banner, right? So once you understand that and you make space for it, and there's respect, right? That's the word. Then we'll thrive. When Muhammad has his things where, like, I remember one time I had to buy a goat for him. I had to buy a live goat for Muhammad, right? Because during the Muslim, Ramadan, like he couldn't get out of work in time to get the goat, and I happened to be off that day, so he asked me to get the goat. Oh no, I'm a Christian. I'm not gonna get. That's my friend. That's what no problem. He's dropped people home from a church service because I wasn't able to do it. What is he gonna say? He's not gonna drop people home off, or give them a ride because he's Muslim and they're Christians? No. This is we have to live in a world together, and I think that if you have love and if you have respect, then nothing else matters.
I guess I'm gonna jump into the fire. Let's push the envelope a little bit more, because the core issue is regards to the same-sex marriage. The issue is this: I go back to my experience with grandson of Papa Doc, Duvalier. He was my best friend, and I remember not knowing, had an amazing time. I mean, we lived in France. At that time, he was living by the Eiffel Tower at Trocadéro, and then we spent time with his mom and him, and he was my best friend. And then he had to leave to go to Miami, and I'll never forget that day he left to go to Miami. That's when he says, "When you come to America, I don't think we will be able to hang out." And I said, "Why?" He says, "It has nothing to do with me because I love you, but your family will never accept it." I'm like, "Well, my family's gonna love you, because I'm in France. My parents are in America, so they don't know about our relationship." When he revealed to me who he was, I did not understand. But the fact that when I shared with my parents who his father was and his grandfather, they could not reconcile our relationship, and as well as the atrocities that has been perpetrated under his father and grandfather administration. And that we had some families as well who was in hiding or was also affected by his father's administration. But I said, what does that have to do with him? So our relationship had to be put on a stop. If I did not stop my relationship, I would have got kicked out of my own house, basically. You understand? So thank God for Facebook, we were able to reconcile. And I'm no longer in my parents' house. I have my own home, so I can do whatever I want. But when it comes to, especially when taboo subjects such as same-sex marriage, there's different dichotomies in this. There's the economic factor, there's the social aspect, there's also the facade aspect, and there's the emotional aspect. Let's talk about the emotional aspect. I can love you, but I have to have the right to disagree. You understand? And that's the conversation that we're not having. You understand? Because it's just like we're trying to impose upon each other that you have to accept it. No, there's not that's the issue is between acceptance and the right. You understand? So it's like, if that does not mean that if I disagree that I have to hate you. It's just that I have to have the right to disagree. But that does not mean that if I disagree that my emotions have to be involved where it's attached to hatred. That's the problem. So we have on both spectrum with the religious aspect, the church aspect, as well as the same-sex aspect, where they are all fighting for acceptance. You understand? That's the issue. I don't have to accept it, but I can love you. We can fellowship. May have to put some boundaries, but that does not mean that when it comes to acceptance, acceptance means that now you're going to have to impose your ideology upon my way of life. I'm not going to impose my ideology upon your way of life. So there's one aspect. There's another aspect that the church doesn't talk about because now when you run in the church and you have a 501c3, you have to now put in the amendment that you will not do any same-sex marriage because it could affect your 501 status. You know what I'm saying? Now, another reason why there are marriages is because, like, for example, if you have a couple, they're married, and he or she has an inheritance, and he passes away, it goes to the surviving spouse. Now, what happens to two couples who are of the same sex and they're not married? They don't have those same legal rights as one that's subscribed to the Judeo-Christian. So there's a financial aspect about it that's not being discussed. You understand? So we as a church are approaching it in a religious aspect, not understanding that there's a financial aspect. If the husband died, he wants to leave that money for his what do they call it, spouse, husband, his partner. You understand? So we have to have that conversation. You understand? We have to have the conversation. But now, if you choose not to do the wedding in your church, you should have the right to say no and not be demonized by it. But also, too, even when you say no, you have to have a posture to, like, not try to condemn the person because it is not your ideology that you subscribe. So I see wrong on both spots. You understand? In terms of we impose an ideology and we expect, like, hey, you got to follow the way I... No. My character and the way I live should influence you and how we have conversations. Because I have a conversation with many people in different ways of life, different all across the board, and there's no hatred involved. But we have to come into an understanding that, hey, I can love you, but I have the right to disagree. But it doesn't have to invoke hatred. And that's the issue that we are facing today.
Hello again. Very nice to see an old friend and make a new one. So I've been here from the beginning. I think I missed the first few minutes, but I was here from the first panel. And first of all, before I forget, I wanted to say both to Pastor Esperance and Manbo Désir, I actually pulled something that both of you said, a theme. that I took meaning from, that I appreciated, and it's this idea that we're all on a journey and our lives are sort of in chapters. And I felt like I had a coming out of the closet myself, like it destigmatized this idea that no one is born knowing everything. And I like to hear from other people that it's the same thing for them. So Manbo Désir talked about, I don't remember your childhood, but you were agnostic for many years. You said an atheist, and then you kind of came into knowing and what you practice now. And similarly, Pastor Esperance talked about your childhood beliefs, and then you were a Muslim for 10 years. Like, that's significant for me because it sheds light on the fact that we're always searching, we're always making meaning, and we're always on our journey. So thank you for sharing that. In light of that, and in light of the fact that as a Haitian American woman who identifies primarily as African, as I sit here today, I am on my own journey. And I'm a little bit envious that many people in the room have sort of arrived at their destination. I have not gotten there yet. But one of the things that came up today was this idea of being a person of African descent. I think it's a little bit, I don't want to say disingenuous, that's a little strong. I think it's disingenuous, but it's still very strong to say that because it depends, everybody arrives at the same place in a different way. It's hard now in 2017 to be a person of African descent. This is through my eyes and my experience to talk about Christianity without addressing the elephant in the room. And I say that because in my short life, I've seen a shift. I've seen a pendulum shift. Like when I was younger, growing up in Brooklyn, like people just practice what our parents told us. Like that's what people do. We all do, we know what our parents told us. But now that I'm older, there's just a wave of questioning. And people are really hungering for more than what our parents told us. And a lot of it, I've found, has been tied to our African roots. Like people are trying to reconcile what makes sense for me. Because as a person of color, so much of what we know about ourselves, even our names, our French names, our very French names, are just right there to remind us of all of this oppression that happened in the past. We can't even pretend that it didn't happen. Even if we tried to, we couldn't, because we're sitting here with French names, which don't belong to us. So I'm just wondering, like, in your own journey, if that was ever one of the questions on your list as you were making sense of different traditions. Did race ever play a role in it for you? And did you ever, was it ever a part of the equation, this question of my ancestors or where I come from? Did you ever find a way to reconcile how people of color came to be Christians? Because for me, that's often like looming in the room where conversations are taking place.
I mean, that's an excellent question, and I just want to say that I don't think anyone who's still alive on this earth has arrived to their destination. We're still on the train, and the chapter is still being written. So I encourage you to continue to ask questions, because I still ask questions. When it came down to race, when did I realize that I was black? When I went to France and, somebody shook, I was proper, you greet somebody, how are you? And then the person wiped their hands. That's when I knew I was black. Then when did I know I was Haitian? At 7 years old, I think I was 7 or 9 years old, there was, we were in a forum, over like 500 students, and then they said that Haitians were responsible for AIDS. Excuse me? And so now 500 students turned around, being the only Haitian person in the room, looked at me. So at that point, I realized if I stayed in that room, I accepted what he said. So when I became Haitian, though I was born in New York, but I became Haitian when I stood up and I walked out of that room and I got a standing ovation. Because I refused to accept that we were responsible for AIDS. You're going to tell me one spect of a group of people is responsible for AIDS? Then when I come to America, the first time I heard of the cable network HBO, because it was attached to our odor, Haitian body odor.
I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that a whole nation smells bad? I kid you not. Kid you not. Dominican girlfriend, and it goes deeper. Then girl was in love with me. She's Dominican. Would not recognize our relationship because her mother would kill her. Because the biggest insult in the Dominican Republic is Haitiano. Haitians. Think about this. This is how I discover that I'm Haitian. You understand? So now, all of a sudden, it's just like, and then now when it came down to understanding my roots, now my name is a very French name, Serge Robert Esperance Jr. You see how that rolls out the tongue? So now, French people hear that name, they expect to see somebody white. Say that that name is too beautiful for a dark-skinned guy like you. Are you kidding me? So now, questions. I started discovering my roots, where we come from. And I went on a search to find out where did Haitians come from. Down to our worship, you understand? Understanding why, why was the Haitian Revolution? Because I realized the Haitian Revolution was taking place because you have a lot of people that was coming from Africa, and they were trying to break down their culture. So they came together, look how smart they were, created a language, was a code. Kreyol is a code word. It's a code. So that way they could speak among each other without the white people understanding what they were saying, and that's how the revolution took place. You understand? Now, in terms of how it happened, and with the whole sacrifice, we can go into that, but that's a whole other stuff. But I just want to talk about, she's waiting for me right there. But I just want to talk about how the Kreyol language, how and then the French you have to say the French colonizer did not want Kreyol to be accepted as a language. Until these past several years, Kreyol is now being accepted as a language. But they don't want us. I mean, as a matter of fact, when Hillary Clinton came into Haiti not too long ago, the biggest image that she portrayed is that she didn't allow a Haitian person of our complexion to speak Kreyol. She had a Canadian white person speaking Kreyol, and it was not even a good Kreyol. You understand? So it's like, it's because what we represented as a nation, as a people. Do you know that the #1 African statue, the #1 black statue in the world, the #1 mostly created around the world is Toussaint Louverture? People don't know that. The Catholic religion, which was the universal church, wanted to canonize him, make him a saint. The man was so smart they had to trick him. That's how smart he was. You understand? For a nation to come together, create its language, and then all of a sudden overthrow not just one superpower, but over 4 superpowers. So the colonizers, we talk about Europe, made peace with America and Portugal and every other superpower, and said, we may have to make sure to keep Haiti under our foot. That's how they created the debt. You know, the slavery debt that we have to pay over $100 billion, which is what affected our economy. Because they did not want a black nation to become a superpower, because it had already affected the slave trade. That's the economy aspect of it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I started studying about the slave trade, which liberated. Do you understand that we have a country named after our liberators? Bolivia. Everybody knows that country? It's named after Simon Bolivar, a Haitian person. People don't know this. Really? I came late. I apologize. We have literatures that has been robbed away from us. Everybody knows the Three Musketeers, the Count of Monte Cristo. Do you all know that the author is Haitian? No one knows these things. So we've been ripped of our history. We've been ripped of our histories because the fact matters is that once we come into our own, we're more powerful than we realize. That's why the universal church, which is Catholicism, banned reading. So we were taught to believe what a person says without question. So now that's why I started to study the slave trade. I started to study the Haitian liberation movement. I started to study in terms of where we came from from Gabon and Benin and Togo and all these things. And then I realized, especially when it comes to worship, when it comes to music, I identify myself with the African nation. To a point that even with just a year and a half ago, I went to Nigeria. It was the greatest experience. I always wanted to go to Nigeria because I love that country. I identify with my country. And then when I came to Nigeria, this is how they announced me. From the airport all the way to the churches, our lost son has come home. So there was an awakening that takes place. And I believe that identity, a search for identity is so important because the number one thing that a baby cries for and that people die for is a sense of belonging. Babies, when a baby is born, if the baby is not touched, within the first 3 days it will die. Because it needs to be comforted. It needs to be touched. It needs to be nurtured with love. That's how you nurse a crack baby. When a mother's had crack, you have to nurse it by loving it out of its addiction. You understand? So belonging is a thing that babies cry for and people will kill for, is to belong. That's why gangs and are so popular, because people want to belong. You understand? But my thing is to keep asking the question so you can get the core values, the core principle of what it's founded on. Because so many times that we attach ourselves to things and to organizations and to for lack of a better word, cults and secret organizations, we don't understand the core principles because it could be leading us into the wrong way. You understand? Some of the slaves were not all slaves. They were tricked. They were telling them, there's a land of promise, a land of opportunity, and the next thing you know, they end up being slaves. That's how they came into this country. You understand? Ask questions.
And I'm not going to say anything else after that. Just to really quickly say that I think absolutely, that I question that all the time, especially being a student of history and seeing how Christianity was transported to the slaves and and all that. And there's days where you ask yourself, hey, like, am I just repeating what was told to my ancestors, X, Y, and Z? But it goes back to having a personal relationship with my faith and disconnecting from the religious side of it. Like, you have to do this and you have to do that. No, I don't. Like, and some may call me I might be the modern rebel Christian, right? Because I don't have to do that. Like, I don't. Like, I want to serve God. I'm going to serve God. I'm going to serve God the way I want to serve God. My faith is what attaches me to my Christianity. And, without that, I have nothing. So I'm subscribing to my faith versus, to be, if you want to be at NYU, you got to wear purple shirts. I don't want to wear a purple shirt, right? Does that mean I can't be a part of NYU? Then I can't be a part of NYU. So that's my answer to that question.
And to reconcile it to Christianity, I had to go deeper than just accepting that it was a white man's religion. Because there was a time I couldn't look at white folks. They were blaming me for all sorts of atrocities. And they were getting credit for, and they were raping us and all that kind of stuff, and they were enjoying the goodness of life. And I realized my God is too great to just be black, or to be white, or to be Asian, or to be Spanish. There has to be a reason why he's God. And there has to be a reason why I'm here. So I asked the question, if you are real, you need to reveal yourself to me. If not, leave me alone. That's what I said. If you're real, reveal yourself to me. Help me to understand who you are. You understand? But you have to understand the reason why there's atrocities in this earth. When it came to the slave trade and human trafficking and all the crusades, was because we have freedom of choice. And freedom of choice was attached to crusades named religion. You understand? Because the reason why they came after the Africans is because the first people that was enslaved were white folks. Then the Indians. But they realized white folks could not survive the elements. And the Indians was getting sick. So the black people, because there's something in their blood that caused them to survive all sorts of temperatures. Now, if you study human trafficking right now, they have racist men. The number one thing that they want in terms of donors, like, people, like, organ donors, is black, what's the word? Organs. Because they found out scientifically it's one of the strongest in the body. That's why you finally that's why I would never sign up to say, would you like to, if in case you die, I would never. Why? Because it's a business. You never know that you're going to die. There was a child who died in the high school, and then when they did an autopsy, all of his organs was missing. The number one organs that's being trafficked right now are blacks. Because scientifically it has been proven that they survived all the elements, which was the bedrock of the slave trade.
All right, we're gonna move on. This guy's getting deep. Right. I didn't want to say that either. Oh man.
Oh yeah. I got two white friends. I know about my people.
And he didn't even see it. And
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, this is certainly very impressionable. We're impressive. I have a question for you, both of you actually, Brother Pierre and Pastor Esperance. You guys seem pretty amicable. You guys seem like, two Christians I wouldn't mind hanging out with. We can go get a drink or whatever poison is your preference. But in a manner of speaking. But I have a question. What do you do? What do you say to some of your brothers and sisters who perhaps belong to other denominations who have demonstrated extremely problematic behaviors in Haiti? The manifestation of Afrophobia and xenophobia in them is just it's daunting. Kind of cruel and unusual behaviors, cutting down sacred trees because, oh my God, the Vodouists are doing things over there, or following the earthquake, refusing to be Christian, refusing to provide food, clothing, shelter, medication to those in need, unless they converted to Christianity. What do you say to your brethren and sister who do this?
For me, going back to what Pastor Serge said, it's about education, right? And I run into problems all the time with what I like to call the super Christians, right? Where it's like, so in Christianity, our Super Bowl is Easter, right? And our Resurrection Sunday, sorry. Resurrection Sunday is our Super Bowl, right? And New Year's is our what? Like, what would you say? Like, the New Year's Eve is just like our... Right, that's like our other big thing, right? So it's like, but that's when you're going to get the most people in church, right? You're going to get the most people in New Year's, Easter, Resurrection Sunday, sorry, is like everyone's coming to church, and, what do you call New Year's? New Year's Eve service, whatever. Anyway, that service is big too. So for me, it's like, okay, if my friends decide that they're only going to come to church on Easter Sunday, right? It gives me now like a chip on my shoulder. Oh yeah, look, Serge is here. It must be Easter, right? But why? Why do I have to act like that? If that's all he needs so that he can accept Jesus Christ to be his personal savior and make it into heaven, then that's it. Like, he can only come to Easter. If he wants to take it to the next level or the next step, that's fine. Like, so when I see people who who wouldn't give people food and clothing and shelter, for me, I would have to question that person's Christianity, because would they want me to do that to their mother? Right? Because once it gets personal, then, it's different. All of a sudden it's different, right? So would they want me to do that to their mother or their family? Would they want me not to give them shelter, right? So how could you possibly not give another human being life, right? The Bible says that Jesus said, I came that you might have life and more life abundantly. That was the whole premise of this thing. So it's all about love. And if love is not at the core of what we're doing, then why are we doing it? If it were to come out, my bishop says this all the time. He says that if at the end of the day that people, like, if you don't love someone, and if you go and you are a hateful person in the name of Christianity, right, and you're able to corral people and rally people and change lives and different things like that, he'll stop preaching, because he's never seen people touch people's lives and help them and take them to another level without pure love. It's not going to happen. And if I can't use my Christianity to love someone else and to be that rock and be that person for them, then I might as well be just like everybody else, right? What's going to make you want to be a part of what I'm doing, right? You have to see my life, right? You have to see my lifestyle. You have to see what's going on with me, how I interact with other folks, and how I'm able to support them and build them and do other things. If not, then what's the point? So to answer your question, I'm very I'm very surprised and shocked that people would do certain things in the name of Christianity in the name of Jesus Christ, because that's not the premise of what it is. It was the premise of Christianity is love. That's why Jesus died on the cross, right? Because he wanted to, save people, right, so that they can have, an experience in heaven. So how am I not giving people food, right? It doesn't matter who they are. That's my core. That's my belief. I have to help other people.
There's many degrees into your question, and because you did not just mention in terms of food, but you also mentioned sacred services, sacred trees and stuff like that. The denomination has caused a lot of damage through people being zealot and lack of understanding. Now, specifically to the Haitian culture, Haitian right now are looking for an answer for the plight of their suffering, and it's very complex because there's a lot of hands in the pot as well. So it's more so it's like they're so desperate, and I say, okay, this plastic is the problem. So guess what? We're gonna burn every plastic. You understand? But when it comes to faith and understanding the foundation in our roots, because of course some of the people that's probably done it, like cutting sacred trees, are probably the evangelicals, and I subscribe to the evangelicals. But the confrontation, there's different levels of confrontation. Confrontation doesn't have to always be bad. I mean, sports are making billions on confrontation, where we have competing teams and on one another. But there's a way of doing it that glorifies God and that reveals of who he is and his love for you. I give an example in the Bible where there were a prophet, and he was confronted by other prophets who did not subscribe to the God that he served. You understand? And he said, well, let the God who answered by fire be God. He says, okay, so they did their chants, they did their incantations, they called upon their God, nothing happened. Then he says, okay, you know what? I'm going to handicap myself. I'm going to make sure that I pour so much water on the wood that the wood becomes so soggy that it cannot catch on fire. So I made it an impossible situation for any type of human intervention. So if God responds, the one that we were looking for responds, let him be God. So by him responding by fire, he showed himself to the people that he wants to be revealed, he wants to be known. You see what I'm saying? These are types of kind of confrontations that's not happening in the Haitian culture. So it's almost like we're demonizing, we're pointing fingers, we're doing this, but we're not having a conversation. We say, okay, let the God, if it's a battle of God, because the reason why they're cutting down sacred trees is because the fact that the roots is subscribed or is attached to a satanic God. You understand? So the fact of the matter is, like, let's say, okay, wait, let's have a conversation. Who is God? What does this represent? What is going on? Now, when it comes to not giving clothing, that's, like I said, there's the branding aspect of denominations that, the one who has the most numbers, the one that's the most successful one, in the name of God, which is terrible. You understand? When it comes to the human experiences, it's so rich, but we're so flawed. And we've misrepresented the true nature of our God. You understand? Because when the earthquake took place, the first people that came to help us was the Israel. And because, why? Why did they help us? They were able to build a hospital in less than 6 hours and serve over 800 children. Why? Because they recognized they would not be a nation, because they were missing one vote in the 1947s, and nobody, it was out of 3, nobody would give that one vote to cause Israel to be a nation. And it was Haiti who stood up. And because of that, they recognize that Haiti is is the reason why we exist. So when Haiti was in trouble, they came and helped.
Thank you. But my question is, it's not a confrontation of epistemology or theology. My question is, when you recognize wrong,
right?
When people are not acting in a virtuous manner, when people are behaving without their ori, mal élevé, okay, sans esprit, okay, in the name of God, what do you do to your fellow pastor, to your fellow deacon or minister? How do you engage them and point out the sort of the unchristian nature of this kind of behavior? So my question isn't
There
a
has to be
confrontation
confrontation.
between
We have to confront ourselves. We have to say this is wrong. You understand? And unfortunately, when it comes to there's pride as well. You know, Haitian people are very prideful people. We are very prideful people. Even, I mean, I've heard pastors said, even if I go to heaven, I'm not going to sit next to you. Tell them about it more. That's the root of their pride. So imagine you go to another pastor and say, well, Shel Sofela is wrong. What you did is wrong. You understand? You know, there's ways about this. There's ways of going about this. They're not going to accept that. They're not going to accept that. No matter the position, they're not going to accept it. There's a lack of humility.
So the point is that you're human first, right? And that's what I kind of tell my guys. Like, you're a human being first, before anything else. Before I'm a Christian, before Saint Pierre is a Christian, Saint Pierre is a human. He's a human being. So I'm gonna make mistakes, right? I'm gonna mess up. But like Pastor Serge said, my human reaction might be to be defensive. What do you mean? You can't tell me this. I have these degrees. I graduated from this school. Blah 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 blah. That's my human nature speaking, right? But then when Pastor Serge breaks it down for me and says, as a Christian, right? Because remember we talked about the moral and your foundation. That's not how you should act, right? Now the humanistic side of me needs to say, you know what, Pastor Serge, you're right, right? That's two human beings having a conversation about how I should live. Going back to his point, if I'm like, what are you talking about? No, I don't have to listen to you. You know, I graduated from this school, X, Y, and Z. I'm smart, X, Y. That's the human side of me. So the third party watching, they're watching Sam Pierre, the music director at Temple of Restoration, right? That's what they're thinking. But in reality, what's happening is this is Sam Pierre, the human, is acting that way, right? Yes, I do carry that title as the music director at Temple of Restoration, but at the end of the day, I'm a human being. So now the third party person is like, look at how music directors for churches, this is how they act. So now I'm being now this is generalized. All music directors in churches are jerks because Saint Pierre, the music director at a church, acted this way. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's how people are. And once you understand it, like I tell people all the time, Pastor Serge is one of my biggest accountability partners. He's one of the first people that will tell me, you ain't acting right, right? I have to, if I want to keep the friendship, I have to be okay with taking that constructive criticism and moving forward. And like he mentioned, a lot of church, that's why. Why is there a Baptist, Pentecostal, you know, there's so many different Seventh-day Adventists, Jehovah's Witness, all of that. Why? Why do we need 50,000 different factions of Christianity? Because people, me and Pastor Serge started together. I don't like how he's working, so I'm going to start the Church of God of Prophecy. He doesn't like how I'm doing, so he's going to start Church of God. So I'm Church of God of Prophecy. He's Church of God. Oh, you know, and somebody else is the first Church of God. So okay, I think.
Hey, can I just add that there needs to be a moral conduct and how we treat one another.
Right.
And that is lacking among individual churches. You understand? But also, too, you know, the group of one should not represent all. You know, that probably was just one segment that needs a little bit more education, needs a little bit more conversation.
Right.
You know? But
Hi, I have a question for both of you.
Yes.
What is God? I want you to explain to me what is God and what is heaven. You were talking about heaven.
Some weird place right named heaven.
Explain to me,
call it a weird place?
to you, what is heaven and what is God.
Okay, let me go for it. So, like I said, I like to preface what I'm saying because I don't want the order of the church to come, taking my membership away from me tomorrow morning. I'm I'm what they call the modern Christian, right? Because my parents would say because I'm educated now, right? I'm moving away from what, my roots or whatever. But God for me is a superior being, right? That I believe created this world, right? And is in charge of everything, right? Some people call it energy, right? Some people call it the universe. Some people call it the space, right? I decide to call him God, right? So if something happens that wasn't supposed to happen, or if I pray to God or the energy or the universe and something were to occur, I'm going to give praises and my worship to my God, right? Because certain things weren't supposed to happen, right? Now that's for debate. When I was 12 years old, I got hit by a truck and I broke my femur bone, right? The doctors told me that I would not walk, right? So my parents took me to church and we prayed and X, Y, and Z, and I won Defensive Player of the Year for my football team in high school. The guy that was not supposed to walk, right? So some might say, oh, science, somehow his femur bone grew because they put 2 metal rods in the bone, and somehow through some genetic makeup in my grandfather or whatever, my bone grew. Some people might say that, right? Some people might believe that. Cool. I believe that God had a purpose for my life where he wanted me to even use that as a testimony to get people to believe that, hey, no matter what situation you're in, right, that there's, good can happen out of it, right? So do you see the different perspectives? That's 2 different perspectives from 2 different people. If a scientist says, oh, God doesn't exist and that was just a genetic makeup, if that's what he wants to believe, that's fine. I believe that I prayed, my parents prayed, my family prayed to a superior being, right, that helped me through that tough moment in my life. And now I can stand and tell somebody else, hey, if you're going through a tough time, if your boyfriend left you, or if you're having suicidal thoughts, right, there's something better, there's something stronger. Your life has meaning. There's a purpose for you. Don't give up. The same way I didn't give up when the doctors told me that I would never walk again, right, and I was able to get Defensive Player of the Year in football, a contact sport, right? It's the same way you can get out of your situation. So that's what God is for me. Now, heaven and hell. In my religion, right, I'm taught that there's a heaven and there's a hell. Is it debatable? Of course, right? Some, like my friends' religion, they don't believe that there's a heaven, right? They don't believe in that. That's the religious part of it, right? I do believe that there's a heaven. I believe that there's a hell. I think that when we die, we transition to either heaven or hell based off of the things that that they taught, that they teach us. And to be controversial for a second, at the end of the day, going back to what Pastor Serge just told me, right? Because he's gonna beat me up when I say this. I'm being judged by my works on the earth. So even, yes, I do believe in heaven, but I'm being judged by the works and the things that I do here on earth with my brothers and my sisters. So at the end of the day, right, the legacy that I'm going to leave on this earth, right, is based off of the works that I do on this earth. So I want to be able, that's how I want to live my life, right? So what my religion tells me, I'm going to get big mansions in heaven, right? Okay. That's fine. But at the end of the day, how am I getting these mansions in heaven, right? By doing good work on earth. Right or wrong, Pastor? By doing the right things on earth. That's the path, right? By living a moral life. It's the truth. By living a moral life on earth. That is how I'm going to get my mansions in heaven. But guess what? Let's say I don't get the mansions in heaven, right? Let's say I got a little cot, right? In heaven. Did that take away from me helping somebody else? From me making somebody else's life better? No. At the end of the day, that was the core of what I was made to do on this earth.
I'm just messing with them. The Torah and the Old Testament help us to understand that understanding of God is limited by experiences. So if you one day were poor and then you've been blessed with food, you know God to be a provider. If you were in a situation where somebody put a gun to you and then you were alive, he becomes your defender, your banner. And that's how these names came. You understand? So God is so awesome and so great. He encompasses everything, and everything encompasses him, that it's hard to relegate him in a few sentences. But based upon our experiences, we understand who God is. You understand? So it's just like it's like you could have gone through a life of not being accepted, and finally you feel loved. Then God is love to you right there. And so God, that's why I say to the lady in the back, keep asking questions. By asking questions, God is not intimidated by where you are in life. He's not intimidated by what you've done. He's not intimidated of what you're doing and where you are. He wants to reveal himself And it's through that experience that you get to discover who God is, and it's continuous. You understand? You know, I mean, the Bible teaches that even in heaven, that the angels are constantly saying glory because there's different aspects of revelation they've seen in God, that the only thing they can say is glory. You understand? Now, when it comes to heaven, heaven is his throne, but the earth was the dominion of man, where we were supposed to reflect his glory and his image through his principles and through his values and through his kingdom. And then that has been fallen, we have fallen short of that. Now, when it comes to hell, because of the heaven, we have to talk about hell. Hell was not made for us. It was not intended for it. Till this day, it was not intended for us, which is why we have to have a conversation of why Christ is. You understand? People don't realize that the purpose of Christ is to redeem us for what had taken place in heaven. You understand? So if I talk to you about the heavenly beings, and then I talk to you about the blood of Christ in heaven that had to be also shed of blood, you know, then you'll understand that why heaven was made for the fallen angels, you understand? And the activities that they're doing on this earth to basically curse God. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother conversation. Earth is not made for us. We were not meant. But the people that will end up going to hell is the one that just rejects the experiences of what God is trying to reveal in different stages and levels of where we at. You understand? But God is, to understand God, the Torah and the Old Testament, they call him the Ancient One, which is E-L, Ancient One. That's why you have Emmanuel, God with us, you know, or you have the powerful archangels. When we talk about the heavenly beings, they always have the L, but he's really called the Ancient One, the beginning of time, the one that was outside of time, the one that all things encompassed, or everything came from through him. But to really understand him is through different experiences. And when you come into the experience and you realize it's because of him that you have an experience, then you just experience God at that level. The God of love, the God of protection, the God of that heals, and that's who God is.
I feel like we could keep this conversation going, so we will do just that outside in the atrium space where we have some snacks for you all, some wine and cheese as part of a reception. I just want to say one last thing to both of you. This made me kind of go back to where I was when I was trying to figure out whether or not I wanted to stay with the church. I ended up leaving the church, but everything we've talked about so far in all three panels, I keep coming back to two themes: the idea of building institutions, as we talked about in the first panel, and then the idea of creating our own spaces, like in the second panel, and then about something coming from within us. So I'm gonna let that sit there and thank both of you for coming. Thank you everyone for your energy and your presence and your willingness to dig. I think that's so super important. Thank you for being really raw and honest and just there to experience and share. And I always say the same thing after every event, and I'm sure the people watching online are going to really enjoy this, but in the words of the great philosopher Sean Carter, you could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. Thank you so, so much, and I hope that you all continue this conversation, and thank you. Of course.
Yes, I am.
This was good. These conversations are always